Good morning, everyone.
La rally dumedisa botlhe.
May we all rise and observe the national anthem, and us men take off our hats or caps.
Ne re kopa hore re emelleng re bine pina ya setjhaba, bo rre re kopa le roleng dikuana.
Thank you very much.
Re a leboga.
Good morning, everyone in the house.
Ke a le dumedisa botlhe ba leng teng mo gare ga holo e.
Can we request Councillor Apane to tell us whether we are welcomed here or we must pack our bags and go back where we come from? Councillor Apane, can you do the vote of welcome?
Ne re kgopela Councillor Apane a tle a tlo gore amogela, re itse gore re amogetswe mo gae.
Dumela, Sanbonani, Aye, Macherone. Good morning. I'd like to welcome you all. Let me acknowledge everyone present. I'd like to say that you are all welcome. Dimpya di bofilwe bagolo. We are here ho tlo buledisana ka bill ne. So ne ke kopa gore le bulegeng bagolo le ntsheng dillo tsa rona. Hobane we are very affected vele ka taba ya energy. We have a huge crisis regarding energy. Ke kopa gore le lokollogeng. Be free who express all your views. And again, the toilet di teng ka moholong, mo monyako on your left. On the left side, to na le toilet ya bomme. On the right, ke ya bo ntate. Lokolohang baholo. I'd just like to address the table. We are grateful for the opportunity. But as a ward councillor of Ward 33, representing Soshanguve, we are a bit worried because of the short notice that was given regarding this event, because we have a huge crisis with regards to electricity crisis, which I believe that a lot of people concerned are not present. And I really wish that in future purposes, information such as this is a very important session whereby it needed more time and transport, more transport resources. Even the blitz, it was not present. People are not well informed about this event. But let me be grateful for those who are present to represent fellow community members. And I want to highlight another thing. As you can see, even the councillors of Soshanguve are not here because of processes that the way they underwent. I think they felt that they were undermined, but nevertheless, we appreciate you being here with us, and we hope for future events. We hope that information will be shared accordingly, because there are WIP, there is a PCO, even though we know that this is a government session, but alut. Okay, ba re ke bue ka Sotho. Ba holo ke re mo di officials nke re ra ile bogela platform e. Le he ile hore as a ward councillor ke disappointed hanyane because of information ha ya fitla ka nako ko bathong. Go na le batho ba bangata ba ileng hore ba affecta ke energy ke botlhokwa bo ileng hore re botletse ka tseno ba ileng hore ha ba teng today, ba ileng hore ba ne ba ratile hore ba ka ba teng, especially le di councillors tse ileng hore di representa Soshanguve akere ya ka le teng ba ne ba tlameile ba be teng, mara ka mabaka a itseng they felt o kare hore ba underminilwe mo di processing tse ding. Mara ne ke rata go bontsha government ya rona hore e tsia ma councillor serious, because of ke di representative tsa setšhaba sa rona re leng baduli ba Soshanguve. We are the government, much as re na le di representatives e le bona, but ne ke re I must apologize on behalf of all the councillors that are not present. Even Lily Whip Warona, Opalleto Kufita, because of other reasons. Marakerela Amole, you are welcome. And then Lin Tedinya Quataluna, Lin Tedil Lotarona, Teddy Retwenyanga, Kereta Electa Energy, Terrediclating, Lescabella Taba, Kisession Yaluna, Lin Teng Tetotle, even all challenges, Telong Hore. They are a challenge most chabeng sarona. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Re a leboga.
Councillor. First, let's introduce ourselves.
Re tlo go simolla ka gore re ikitsise.
And we must apologize for starting a bit late.
Re kopa maitshwaro ga nako.
We can all see that we are competing with the rain.
Ra bona gore re na le kgwetlho ya pula ke eo.
So we also have to wait for those that are coming in.
Se bolela gore ne tshwantse re emele bao ba ileng gore ba santse ne ba tsena.
But also we should not punish those who are already inside.
E fela ga ra tshwanela gore re gatelle bao ba ileng gore setse ba le teng ka mogare.
We are the Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources and Energy.
Rona re komiti ya parlamente ya di diriswa tsa di minerale le di beseletsi energy.
From the National Assembly.
Rona re tswa re le parlamenteng ya bosetšhaba.
On my far left, we have Honorable Teza.
Re na le motlhomphegi Ceza.
Next to him, we have Honorable Lorima.
Le motlhomphegi Lorima.
We have Honorable Bilangulu.
Go latela motlhomphegi Bilankulu.
Next to me, we have Honorable Volmarans.
Mo thoko ga ka ke motlhomphegi Volmarans.
On my right, we have Honorable Mahlaule.
Go tle motlhomphegi Mahlaule.
Next to him, we have Honorable Kyobeka Makeke.
Ke motlhomphegi Tsobeka Makeke.
Next to her, we have Honorable Jafta.
Re go tle motlhomphegi Jafta.
Next to Honorable Jafta, we have Honorable Malinga.
Go tle motlhomphegi Malinga.
I'm Mr. Luzipo, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee
Nna ke
on
Re
Mineral Resources and Energy.
Nna ke Re Luzipho ke nna modulasetulo wa komiti e ya palamente.
We are here because the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy tabled amendments to the Act of 2006, which is the Electricity Regulation Act.
Rona re kopane fa gompieno go bane lefapha la didiriswa tsa di minerale le energy ba dirile di mametlelelo mo molaong o wa 2006 wa National Electricity Regulation Act ke tsona tsa re tlo go bolelang ka tsona diphetogo tseo.
The Speaker of the National Assembly referred the bill to the Portfolio Committee of Mineral Resources and Energy.
Speaker ra sa ko parlamenteng o ke ena a tlisitseng bili e mo pele ga komite ya rona.
In terms of the rules of the National Assembly, we are supposed, or we were supposed to open for written submission, which we did.
Go ya ka tsamaiso ge ya parlamente ga re dira molao go tshwantse re go be le tšhono ya gore go diriwe ditshwaelo ka go ngolwa mo fatshe ke selo se e leng gore re se dirile.
We also agreed that before ourselves as a committee we could deliberate on the proposed amendments, we must convene public hearing, provincial public hearings.
Re ile ra dumelana rena re le komite gore pele re atlha molao o ka borona re tshwanetse re simolle re ire dikopano tsa setšhaba mo diprofenseng re buledisana ka ona molao tlhomo o.
So Gauteng is one of the 9 provinces that we had to visit.
Gauteng ke engwe ya diprofense tse robong tse e leng gore re tshwanetse re di etele.
We also referred the proposed amendments to the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leadership for them to give us their own comments.
Re ile ra tseya gape ditshwaelo tseo ra di isa go National House of Traditional Leaders and Khoisan gore le bona ba dire ditshwaelo tsa bona.
Now, I'm happy that Councillor Apane raises the issue with regard to the notice.
With regard to, sorry sir.
To the notice.
Oh, ke a itumela ge gore Councillor Apane le ena o ile a tlhagisa ntlha e mabapi le dikgwetlho tse re baneng le tsona.
All I can give as an assurance is that on the 19th of October, we wrote letters, one to the Premier of the province.
Senkale botsang sona ko gore ka di 19 tsa October re ile ra ngola lengolo ra ngola Premier wa province.
2, to the Speaker of the Legislature.
Ra ngola le Speaker sa lekgotla theramolao legislature.
3, to the Chair of Chairs in the Legislature.
Le modulasetulo wa badulasetulo ko lekgotla theramolao.
4, to the Chief Whip of the Legislature.
Ra ngola gape le Chief Whip wa lekgotla theramolao.
6, to the Speaker of Tshwane.
Sa botlhano ra ngolla le speakera sa Tshwane.
7, to the mayor of Tshwane,
Ra ngolla le ratoropo wa Tshwane.
but also to the chief whip in Tshwane, Lesego.
Be re ngolla le chief whip wa council ya mo Tshwane.
Now, dissemination of information in most municipalities rest in the office of the speaker through a unit called public participation, which include mobilization.
Go phatlhalatswa ga tshedimoso ke tiro ya office ya speakera mo e leng gore go na le unit e bitswang ka gore ke public participation go nka karolo ga setšhaba ke bona ba tshwantse ba na le tiro ya gore ba phatlhalase tshedimoso le tshedi e re ba nayang yone.
The hall we are in here now is given to us by the municipality.
Holo e re dirisang go tsweletsa pele kopano e re neilwe ke masepala.
And I'm happy because if you look in the flyers that were going up, it doesn't say Falala Hall, it says Fatala Hall, because it means it was written by people who don't know the place.
Ke a tshepa le bone ge le mo dipampiri tse ntse re di phatlhalatsa ka lefelo le la kopano e ya gompieno gore ba ngwetse Fatala a ba ngola Falala ke ka go se sa bontsha gore ke batho ba leng gore ga ba tlwaela lefelo le ga se batho ba lefelo le.
So the normal procedure is that when it comes to the speaker's office must inform councillors, especially ward councillors.
Yaanong ge tsamaiso ko gore rona ga re itsisitse speakera ke tiro ya ga se tonna di ward councillor.
I can assure you all these members that are sitting here are from different provinces. They will never know local issues and local areas in the local. We get given that please take us to a township, not to a town.
Yaka re le yana re tlhaga re le di provinces tse farologaneng ga gona motho o leng gore wa itse ka lefelo le ka seo ke ka go re dirisanang le ba mo gae ntho e re kopang fela ga re dira dikopo tse tsa gore go be le dikopano tse tshwanang le tse ra ba kopa re tswetswe re kopana le re fe lefelo la mo locationeng gore re sa ya toropong re tla go bathong.
But the venue is at the discretion of the municipality.
Efela ke tshwetso ya ga masepala gore a re fe lefelo la kopano.
But we will never know how municipalities, including legislatures, operate. One of the things we have agreed is that, amongst other things, in the report, when we are done with public hearings, is to speak to this, to say the National Assembly must find a better working relationship between the three spheres of government.
Go bonagala go na le dikgwetlho mo magateng a mararo a puso e fela rona re ikemiseditse gore re tshwanetse gore re buisane le bona gore go ne le tirisano mo magatong a mararo a puso.
Because it is clear that we can't deny it, there is a problem, and blaming each other is not going to assist anyone.
Go bane go bua nnete fela go a bonagala gore dikgwetlho di teng e fela taba ya go supana ka menwana e ke se re thusi ka sepe.
Because at the end of the day, it is not us who are given this position. It is the communities that are deprived an opportunity to be well informed on matters of this nature.
Go bane ga re lebedisitse sentle ga se rena re feletsang re etsa gore go be le seemo se e fela seo se gatella setšhaba ka gore ba feletsa ba sa kry-a ditšhono tseo tsa gore ba dire ditshwaelo tsa bona le go kry-a tshedimoso lesedi.
I don't like when I speak to you confidentially, I always say I keep it, but I can assure you there are many people who are in strategic positions that we even send them on our own.
Gape se seng ka se bolelang gore go na le batho ba bantsi ba ile gore ba tshwere ditulo tse rileng ba ile gore le rona re ile ra ikopanya le bona rona ka bo rona.
Now on the question of constituency offices, they are called parliamentary constituency offices they belong to the chief whips of the provincial legislatures.
Yanong di PCO, Parliamentary Constituency Office, tsona ge di tsamaiswa ke chief whip wa lekgotlatheramolao la province.
I can tell you, sitting here myself, I am from KZN. I have sent, when we go to KZN, I have already sent it to the chief whip in the legislature in KZN. I'm expecting that chief whip to send it to all parliamentary constituency offices in KZN because we don't have control over those.
Nna ke tlhaga ke le provinceng ya KwaZulu Natal. Ga re tlo go ya ko provinceng eo, nna ka netefatsa gore ke buisana le chief whip wa ko KwaZulu Natal wa lekgotlatheramolao la KwaZulu Natal. Ke mo kope ke re tswetswe ke kopa gore o itsise di PCO tsotlhe tsa province gore ba kgone gore batho ba kry-e tshedimoso.
But we are open to advices. We will never sit and defend. We are open to advices. But I can assure you, because we even write to local radio stations.
E fela rena ra amogela dikgakollo ha le na le dikgakollo tsa gore re ka dira botoka re ka di amogela tseo ebile ka nako nngwe re tsale dikgato tsa gore re itsise di radio station tsa lefelo leo.
Now, we are here because the bill that is proposed seeks to amend the Act of 2006.
Rona re tlile fa gobane molaotlhomo o bill e re tlileng ka yona e tla le di memetlelelo e leng diphetogo mo molaong o wa 2006.
So, the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill is a bill that seeks to address issues of legislative shortcomings with regards to the current electricity crisis that we are having.
Gobane di mametlelelo tse di leng teng go lofa tsona maikaelelo a tsona ke gore re lebelle taba ya go tlhaela ga motlakase le dikgwetlho tse ding tse leng teng di kenyeditswe mo molaong o wa go laolwa tsamaiso ya motlakase.
I must say from the onset, we are only dealing with policy on energy, which includes electricity. Policy on electricity.
Re ke tlhalosa ke tlhakise ntlha e gore rona re le komiti rona tiro ya rona re dira ka policy ya energy fela gore ke tsona dilo tse le gore dira ka tsona le tse tsamaisanang le motlakase.
So in most cases where we go, people were complaining about ESCOM. There is a portfolio committee on public enterprise. ESCOM is treated as a public entity under the Department of Public Enterprise, and the relevant committee is the Committee on Public Enterprise.
Gantsi re tsamaya re ba le dikopano tse mo setšhabeng batho ba bantsi ba lla ka dikgwetlho tsa ESCOM e re ke tlhalosele ntlha e gore ESCOM ke company ya puso e wela mo tlase ga dikgwebo tsa puso go na le komiti ya Public Enterprises Committee ya Parliament ke bona ba leng gore tshwantse ba shebana le dikgwetlho tse tshwanang le tseo ne ke re ke tlhalose ntlha eo.
That's where the two ministers account to the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprise, which is the Minister on Public Enterprise and your homeboy, the Minister of Electricity.
Ke mo bona ge ba ikarabela bo matona a ikarabellang mo teng e leng letona le sebileng dikgwebo tsa puso public enterprise le o wa mo gae Ramitsi o e leng letona la motlakase gona yaanong.
So I will give in to Honorable Volmarans to take us through what are these proposed amendments and also to take over in terms of the proceedings of the day.
Ke tlo go neela modiri ka nna leloko le tlhompegileng Volmarans gore a tlhalose di memetlelelo tse di leng teng le gore a tsweletse pele kopano e ya rona gompieno.
No, thank you, Chairperson Luzipo. Good morning, everybody. Dumelang bagaetsho.
Re a leboga modulasetulo Losipo ke atamisha go bohle.
My first request would be to deal with the ECO the sound, if it can be reduced a bit, because there's a disturbing echo from our side.
re kgopela gore ba ka re fokoletša modumo o dirago gore re se ke ra kgona go boledišana ra kwana gabotse.
The chairperson had already mentioned who we are and why we are here.
Modulasetulo o šetše a hlatholotše gore ke rena bomang le lebaka leo re le go lona fa.
What the chairperson also was supposed to say is that we also brought along rain with us.
Se modulasetulo a seng a se bolela ke gore re tlišitše dipula tša mahlogonolo.
Ra di utlwa le tsona di a re neela.
We can actually see it is raining outside.
So le ge go na le mathata pula ya re neela.
Even if we have problems, it still rains.
Now ka boripana kgang ya rona e re tletseng fana ke go tokafatsa molao o kileng wa bo le teng or o leng teng wa 2006 ka bili e re tletseng ka mo.
Our purpose here is to amend the law by introducing this bill in order for us to go forward.
Molao o laolang motlakase mo nageng ya rona o thomilwe ka 2006 yaanong Department of Minerals and Energy e tlile ka kakanyo ya gore go na le diphetogo tse batlang go di tlisa mo molaong ona gore e thuse ka tsamaiso ya motlakase mo nageng.
The Act of 2006, which meant to control electricity and energy, we have brought this bill into existence in order to amend this very Act of 2006.
Me kana ka mokgwa o
In this manner,
e batla gore rona re le baagi re nne le seabe mo go bueng gore re batla gore molao o nne bjang.
as a community, we need to participate to bring changes, to bring amendments, so that at the end we have participated in amending this bill.
So dikakanyo tsa lona go dirifa le go utlwa ka mokgwa le batlang gore dilo di tsamaisiwe ka teng go botlhokwa mo komiting ya rona le mo setšhabeng.
Your contributions, your ideas are very important, so that we must take them, write them down, so that they must help when we build a report about this bill.
So ga re a tlela gore re tle go tlo le kopa go supporta molao ebile ga re a tla go le kopa gore le ska supporta molao re batla go utlwa ka tsebe tsa rona gore lona kakanyo tsa lona ke eng.
We are not here to get your support, whether you do support the bill or you don't support the bill. We are here to get your ideas, your contributions, so that we must go forward in building this report about this bill.
So ho ganetsana le molao ona o lokologile o free go ganetsana le one go dumela o free go o dumela ga gona ope o tshwentseng a le sekisa ka kgang eo.
If you don't support or you support, nobody is going to follow you up or question why you support or not. It depends entirely on you, whether you support or you don't.
Now, the issue here with the bill itself is the bill from the department deals with how the electricity industry must be managed or administered.
Molao kakanya o leka gore o re hlathollele gore taolo ya energy le motlakase di swantse go sepedišwa ka tsela efe.
Inside the bill, they also talk about how we can improve the capacity of our electricity generation within the country.
Mo di kgopolong tše go na le kgopolo e rego a re ka matlafatša motlakase wa rena goba go fitlhelela ditirelo tša motlakase ka mokgwa ofe gore re tle re kgone go tšwela pele.
In addition to increasing the capacity of the infrastructure, it is also to increase the infrastructure itself.
Go oketša maatla ka go tliša dikago le meago ye e tlang kgona gore thuša gore re be le tsela tshepedišo e hlwekilego ya motlakase e re thuša gore re be le meago eo e tlang kgona go fihlia ditirelo tša motlakase bathong.
It is in recognition that we are in a situation where every day we have load shedding, and at the same time we have expanding communities. Therefore, there is need to capacitate or to add more capacity to our electrical infrastructure.
Re lemogile gore ba mafelo a gola ka seo re rata gore re godiše maatla re maatlafatše phihlelelo ya motlakase re maatlafatše mokgwa le tshepedišo yeo re tla go hwetša motlakase ka wona.
We are also looking in the bill because the bill says in order for us to get to a level where we can regulate properly the prices and tariffs of electricity, the state-owned company NERSA must come in.
Go na le sehlongwa se se bitšwago NERSA. Re lebeletše taolo ya gore na a tefello ya motlakase le go laola di-price tša motlakase. NERSA e swantše gore e tsenye letsogo go thuša rena re le ba mmušo gore re tle re kgone go laola motlakase re laole di-price re be re laole le gore na a di-price di ka ya godimo goba di ka ya fase ka tsela efe.
The bill suggests that in order for such tariffs and prices to be competitive, we must open the market for additional players in the electricity industry.
Go bontšha seo re rile re swantše go bulela batho gore ba kgathe tema jwale ka bo rakgwebo ge re itla mo tabeng ya kabo ya motlakase le taolo ya motlakase go tee le di-price tša gona ka tsela eo e leng gore mang le mang o na le gona go ka dira seo.
Which means NERSA will therefore have the duty to offer or issue licenses to any other person additional to what ESCOM has got.
Godimo ga seo ESCOM e na leng sona, NERSA e tla ntšha di-license tša go oketša maatla le go fa batho gore ba kgone go thuša phihlelelo ya motlakase.
It also empowers NERSA to regulate, and between these companies, the state-owned companies and any other company or person who is in this industry, so that the tariffs must be regulated through NERSA.
Bohle bao ba tlang go be ba kgatha tema ka di-license tša bona go swantše go ba le taolo e itšego e tla dirang gore ge ba bolela ka taba ya go hlatloša di-price tša motlakase go be le mokgwa o ba ba laolang ka ona ka baka la gore re ka tle re a ikhwetša re le mathateng ge go se ne taolo ya di-price goba taolo ya go godiša di-tariffs.
With regard to infrastructure, the bill suggests that, as we all know, that there are people who are sabotaging the electrical infrastructure, e.g. cable theft, stealing of transformers, cutting copper wires, and so on. The bill suggests certain penalties for such people.
Re lemogile gore di copper wires tša motlakase di a utswiwa di a rengwa go na le mathata a itšego gomme re lebeletše gore molaokakanyao o tlotlo o tliša kotlo go mang kapa mang o a tla go hwetša a dirile bosenyi jwa go utswa dikopa goba go di tšea goba go di utswa gomme go tla ba le molao o boima o tla go betha batho ba mohuta oo.
An example in the bill says such people must be given a 5-year sentence in jail or R1 million, not more than R1 million in fines. We are here to find out, are you comfortable with it? What do you suggest? 5 years is too much, 5 years is too little, 1 million is too much, 1 million is too little. It is upon you to talk to us about such things.
Molao wo wa kotlo o re o ka dula mengwaga e mehlano ka ntlwana-tshwana goba ka tronkong goba wa lefišwa 1 million rand. Jwale re nyaka gore lena le le setšhaba tlang ka dikgopolo le re botseng gore 5 years ke e ntšhi goba ke e nnyane, 1 million ke e ntšhi goba ke e nnyane, ke lena le tla go re botsa gore kotlo ye re tshwanetseng go e beela batho ba ba selekang ba utswang dilo tše ke efeng seo se matsogong a lena.
Yaanong he ntse re bua ka 5 years le ka million rand, ke bona ba bang ba tikita tlhogo ka kry le bone bo senyoka ba thakitse.
Ge ke bolela ka kotlo ye ya 1 million le 5 years ke bona batho ba bang ba šikinya ditlhogo, mohlomong ke bona bo isenyoka ba ba utswang di-cable.
But the main purpose is to protect our infrastructure and add capacity to the ever-expanding communities that we have in terms of electricity.
Segolobogolo ke gore re matlafatše mafelo ao a fehlago motlakase ka ge re lemogile gore makeišeneng a rena a gola gomme re tlo nyaka electricity e tlang kgona go ba fepa ka moka.
We have also heard that Eskom is in the process of unbundling its operations.
Re lemogile gore Eskom e tlo lahla goba e tlogele go tliša motlakase bathong.
No, Eskom e tlile go simolla go arologanya di-departmente tsa yone ka mogare.
Oh, ka mantswe a mang Eskom e tlo ba le dikarolwana tša taolo ka mogare ga yona.
Ehe, e tla be le tsa Eskom Holdings, mara ka mogare ga tsone go tla be go na le e fetlang motlakase ka mogare ga yone, go tla be go na le e tsamaisang motlakase ka dipale tse di tona-tona tsena, e tla be e na le e tsamaisang motlakase go fihla ko ntlong, mara di wela ka mo tlase ga Eskom Holding.
There will be distribution, there will be departments that will be under Eskom, but they will be doing different duties, still under the control of Eskom.
Lebaka le legolo ke gore ge go na le mathata mo go E1 di ska amega tse tsotlhe ka nako E1 jaaka go diragala jaanong.
Our problem is one little department shouldn't affect, for example, distribution shouldn't be affected by any problem from any different department, because there should be control and order in each department.
Now this bill seeks to enable that environment of the unbundling to take place within the confines of the law.
Re lebeletše gore mathata a ka bang gona mo a ske a šitiša gore molao o phethege.
Yaanong go mo go lona ka tsatsi lena gore le rra re nya molao o ra utlwisisa mara ga re o batle, molao o ra utlwisisa ra o batla ka gore ko dikarolong tse dingwe tse re loyang ko go tsone re tla ba re ba botsa dipotso tsa mofuta o ntseng yana gore ba bue le rona.
It depends entirely on you whether you want this law or you don't want. But like we went to other provinces dealing with the same thing, we need your contribution towards this bill.
Now kang engwe e botlhokwa-tlhokwa ke utlwile Councillor Mpane.
There is one important point that Councillor Mpane mentioned.
Okay, Councillor Apane.
Councillor Apane, sorry.
Are re ntshe dingongorego tsa rona.
He says we must bring all our complaints.
Ke kgang e ntle go ntsha dingongorego tsa lona mara tsatsi le leng ke tla swara kopanonyana le bone makanselara because dingongorego tse dintsi di wela mo dimo ga ditlhogo tsa makanselara.
I will have a meeting with the councillors because most of complaints are actually square on their shoulders.
Re ka tswa re na le mathata a farologaneng like the meter boxo, go reka motlakase ko bathong ba le ba bitsang bo my friend, o mongwe o tla ga e le wa 100 ranta mare o tla o le 40 ranta, boxo e shwele le transformera e shwele. Dikgang tseo re a di itse ga re gane le bue ka tsone, mme se se tona se re batlang gore le bue le rona ka sone ke gore re ka thusana yang gore molao o nne le input mo molaong ona o tla lekang go fedisa tse ding tsa dilo tseo.
Problems that you have, for example, of buying electricity, of electricity infrastructures being destroyed. We all know about those problems. But this bill is going to address some or if not all of them so that we shouldn't be having such problems.
Yaanong ga re kwa kwano gore re tle re supane ka menwana gore no wena o nna ko informal settlementeng ga o patele, nna ke a patela ke nna ka kwano. Nya re batla gore re bankanye molao gore o tlo kgone go protecta ba ba leng ko informaleng le ba ba leng mo nageng le ba ba ntseng sentle gore re nne le molao o tsamaisang motlakase sentle.
We are not here to point fingers, whether you stay in informal settlements or whether you stay in the location. We want to contribute or interrogate this bill so that all these problems that we encounter will be solved by your contributions towards the bill.
So your suggestions and inputs are very important. One, as an individual. Two, as somebody who's representing the community. As somebody who's representing an NPO, NGO, the church, and everybody else is welcome to make an input to us in this forum.
Tlisang dikgopolo tsa lona le dikakanyo tsa lona mabapi le molao ka kanya o.
Some of
Wena o tla bo o ipolella gore o tswa ko mekgatlong e fapafapaneng. Epya re batla dikakanyo le dikgopolo tsa lona.
Now, some of you might have written such presentations you would want to make to us. You are still more than welcome to also approach that table over there after you have spoken to give your written input or your soft copy input.
Go na le tafola ke. Ge o bona gore dintlha tsa kgolo tsa gago ga wa dintsha kaofela ge o tlile o tlo bua mo. O ka nne wa ya wa ngwala fatshe wa di fetisetsa ka mo gore ba tle ba kgone go tseba gore wena o reng mo tabeng ya molao ka kanya o.
Now re tsena mo kganyeng ya gore ke tse matsogo mo batho ba ba batlang go buisana le rona o letleletswe go dirisa puo e o e ratang e o e kgonang. Re na le batho ba ba ranololang ba ba ka re thusang go translate so se bua.
We are now going to start talking. You'll raise up your hand, we'll point to you, you'll come here, and we also have interpreters because you are allowed to speak in your own language.
So we have 10 chairs here, and I will take the first 10 hands. You will say your name, where you come from which ward, from which organization, and you will make your input, and nobody is going to be angry at you.
Le tla fiwa madulo, le bolele, oro o mang, o tswa kae, o emetse mokgatlo o feng gomme. Ha gone motho a tlang go botšiša gore na go diregang. Se segolo ke gore re santse re bolele ka molao ka kanya wo.
Also, you will indicate whether you support the bill or you don't support the bill.
Sa bobedi ke gore o tla re bolella gore o thekga molao ka kanya wa goba ga o thekge.
So la utlwa gore pula yana mo dakeng mo re compete le yona le ge le ya matlhogonolo mare yanong e re fa competition.
Now it's a serious problem because we can't even hear what we are saying because of the rain.
So ba ba tumelang ko micing ba tla tlhatlosa lentswenyana gore re ba utlwe ka moka.
Please, can you speak louder so that we could hear what you are saying?
Re ka simolla ba ba batlang go bua le rona ba ka emisa matsogo ra ba fa tšhono go tla bua le rona.
All those who want to speak, can you please raise up your hands?
Ke tla simolla ka ke bona mama fale ka dibrele.
You are the first one, Mama.
O number 1 o tla ka kwana. Ke bona mme gape ka mo morago ka mola le mme wa tuku e tshweu ke number 3. Ntate a ke tsebo ntate ba babedi ba le e nne 4 and 5 ba ba nang le setlhomo mo tlhogong. Ke tla boela gape ka kwano number 6, number 7, number 8, number 6, number 7, and number 8. The two gentlemen there is number 4 and 5. Mama no emisitse le wena ba latele o nne number 8. Ke shota ka o monosi gore re feleletse 10 o a tlhagelle mama. Le ska tsoga sepe go bua le tafole e go lolosega. Are ba neng tsebe quiet please, re tle re kgone go utlwa mma. Re a leboga.
Dumelang, libitso la ka ke nna Mme Ana Sibanda. I'm from Centurion, mo city of Tshwane. Ke serva ko region ya bomme ANC Women's League. Ibile ke serva ko community e ke dulang mo yona ka di tletlebo tsa batho. Ke rata gore ke dumedise boetapele bo bo leng mo tafoleng, all our parliamentarians. Ke dumedise le setšhaba ka kakaretso, ke dumedise le baetapele ba ba leng teng ka mo gare ga rona. Sa mathomo ke rata gore ke a leboga gagolo ha le kgonne gore le tle mo setšhabeng. Taba ya 2002 Act ha le re le amenda, ke thabile haholo, ke thabile haholo. Before ke tswela pele ke tshepa gore se le re bileditseng sona mo ha e tlo ba fela a talk show. Ka electricity ra sokola batho ba modimo. Every time re na le hot councillor e le goreng ha sa khona go performa mesebetsi e meng. Gore ke tla re all the hot councillors ke supporta the previous hot councillor na bolela mo ba kgethilwe ka nako e wrong e le gore setšhaba se ba tsogela matla. Every time di transformer di a utswiwa ba di utswa ena fetso di utswa ba blame hot councillor. If re se teng rona di community activists a re tsebe gore go tlo etsahalang, because re gana nnang gore no, this is our hot council. I mean, we need to support him because of electricity. Ke tla mo tabeng ya pricing, taba ya go bala ke motlakase, especially batho ba dikobo di khutshwane. A ke tsoro go tlo etsahalang ka batho ba dikobo di khutshwane. Mo issue ya pricing
ema hanyane fela. Dumelang gape bagolo, ke kopa gore le rona competang le pula a re ka didima fela kgotsa ra sebela go tlase gore re kgone go fa mama tsebe. Ka kopo hle.
Ke a leboga motlhomphegi. E re ke thoma mo e ya stealing of cables ke be ke tle le solution. Stealing of cables ke le utlwile le re ba ba utswang di cable ba tla fiwa kotlo ya 5 years or either 1 million rand. Ke a e bona but what about motlhomong go be le batho ba e le goreng they are going to monitor those cables? A re tlo emela go di utsuwe pele. Right now nka le bolela mo area e ke dulang ko yona, we've got patrollers. Re na le di patroller bana ba rona re le community donating. Re ithaopile re donate tšhelete and ba patrolla bosigo. So why can't you convert those patrollers ebe matlo le ditsebe tsa lona? Ke kakanyo ya ka. And then ke tle mo ya bobedi ya tlogela because since 2016 the transformer di a utsuwa every day go a kopantshiwa ene o ka re ba le badisa for 2 days re na le motlakase after 2 days ba e gwa motse re kgona o dula bo 7 days go sena mabone go sena next ka nako eo ba lwa le makhanselara. So nna ke re ka e supporta this bill le ko ke boelang ko teng ko morago. I'm going to make sure that we give the community a feedback ya gore no ditaba di tsamaile pila ra le leboga baetapele ba rona. I thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Anasi Bande from Centurion, here in city of Tshwane. I'm also a member of the ANC Women's League, and I'm a community leader. Greetings to honorable parliamentarians and all community leaders present here today. And thank you so much for the committee for coming to our communities to come and discuss this very important bill. And I really appreciate the amendments which are now going to be effected on the amendments which are made on the Electricity Control Act of 2006. And I hope that this meeting is not just going to be another talk show. Because electricity is a challenge in our communities, and most of the times we find that because we have these challenges which are very rife in our communities, they end up distracting the councillors, councillors from doing their work, because most of the complaints are regarding electricity, especially theft, cable theft, and also stealing of transformers in our localities. I think that we must pay attention to these issues because they give councillors a challenge, and we as community leaders, and we must support our councillors with regards to these challenges. Another aspect I would like to touch on is regarding the price. The pricing of electricity is very high to us as people who are in poverty. We therefore think that this bill will be able to intervene in that regard. And regarding an aspect mentioned on the bill about cable theft, that there's going to be imprisonment of 5 years and 1 million. I think that will assist in mitigating against this challenge. But again, I think that we must consider monitoring mechanisms which are already existing in our communities. Like in our communities, we have patrollers, and the community members, they contribute towards paying those patrollers. Now my proposal is, how about these patrollers be formalized and be employed in municipalities so that they monitor the infrastructure in our localities. And lastly, it's about the issue of pricing again. Since electricity price is very high, we suggest that how about we consider that the communities buy electricity directly from ESCOM, because we believe that it will be more reasonable because there will be no middleman cost in that. Otherwise, I would like to say that to emphasize that the problem of infrastructure is very rife in our localities, and sometimes they will construct the infrastructure like transformers. 2 days later, they are stolen. That is the problem we are having. So I really think that this bill is going to have an impact in that regard, and that is the feedback I'm going to give to my community. Thank you very much.
No, we're terrible. We're terrible. Yano, I did not mention the timing part. We would like as many people as possible to participate, and therefore would request that each speaker must not exceed 3 minutes. When I wanna get o 3.5. So that 3 minutes ya gago le 3 minutes ya ntate o tlhalosang ke bo ma 6 minutes klar. So are lekeng go nna brief mara re bue ka bill. Re a leboga.
Thank you.
Hey, Chief, you are not going to do that here. You are not going to do that here. You have, hey, no. No, you are not going to do that here. You are not going to do that here and start pointing at us like you like here. Sit down. Sit down, we will come to you. There's a proper way of raising your issue, not in that manner. Sit down. Mama Tuella, mama.
Sanibona nonke. Ngibingelela ubuholi bonke obuvela kuhulumeni. Ngibingelela nomphakathi. Igama lami iMugugu lethu Makofane. Ngibuya kubakhahla balikhuleni eMamelodi. Thina ubukhosi bakakhahla bakalikhuleni, we do support the idea ukuthi NERSA is given power to determine the pricing of electricity and supply. Kodwa ke asivumelani nohulumeni ukuthi a prioritize electricity ngenxa yokuthi laba ababafana bona kuzoshaya ke esikhwameni. Besicela nilibuke nalolo ludaba. Sicela futhi nokuthi i-POP status ne fanele iconsider ibuye ngoba phela uma sekufike ekukhokheni kwe-electricity ama-tariffs aba high bese kuba inkinga. Manje siyacela kakhulu ukuthi i-POP status ibuye em-community yethu. Ngikuzwile chairman ukhuluma ngokuthi i-ESCOM iku-process yokwenza ama-department. Yebo thina bese sithi sayi-support ESCOM ukuthi vele kube yiyona elawulayo i-supply electricity, and then even a transforming agents already besiphethe lelo phuzu. Kepha ke angizange ngisakuzwa kahle ngenxa ye-echo yomsindo ngapha ukuthi mawuthi iku-process yama-department angizange ngisakuzwa kahle ukuthi lama-department azokwenzani, but ngikuzwe mase uthi enzela ukuthi enye uma mhlambe ifeyili or ingasebenzi kahle lankamanye akwazi ukusebenza. Konke lokho kubangelwe yi-echo ekhona la ukuthi kungasezwa kahle mawule muva. Kepha iphuzu lakho siyalisapota kakhulu. Then ke futhi bese sicela ukuthi ke nibhekelele phela ne-youth angithi ngamathuba omsebenzi kube khona ama-skills transfer. Uma nibhizi nenza niphasisa leyo bill noma ni-introduce leyo ndlela yokuthi ugesi uhambe kanjani emzini or kubantu. Elokugcina ke iphuzu engiliphethe elokuthi thina sibakhahla bakaLkhuleni sithi i-black empowerment must take the lead in making sure ukuthi black companies nabo athola ama-opportunities, nawo ayabizwa ukuthi azoziveza ukuthi angenzani. Manje ke sengibuya ngikhuluma ngalomthetho we-punishment uma umuntu bathethe laba abathatha laba abaphula umthetho abathatha ilento le ama-cable. Yebo yona siyayivuma thina sibakaLkhuleni, siyayivuma i-5 years, siyayivuma ne-fine ye-5 million. Kodwa ke kunenkinga yokuthi labantu laba phela abathatha lama-cable ama-technicians awenu nina, ngoba umuntu waselokishini angeke akwenze lokho, umuntu owaziyo ukuthi fanele enze njani. Okay, i-solution kungaba ukuthi ke mhlawumbe angithi lama-cable angaphansi asithe emzini angaphansi angithi, and then ukhona ibhokisi, yindaba ningafaki i-securities measure lapha ya ukuthi immediately nabathinta le bhokisi kukhanye somewhere. Yiko engithi ngikuphethe. And then okugcina i-complaint enginayo yokuthi uma nithetha ugesi ku-load shedding, bengicela ukuthi uma nithi ayabuya ngo-8 sizekelwa, example, uma nithi ayabuya ngo-8, sicela ngo-8 abuye. Ningazihleli 20 minutes lapho, because uma uyi-counter le 20 minutes, uma ngaqhubeka for 4-5 days, uma multiply ama-units acosta thina as a community. Sicela ukuthi nalo niyibukisise. Ngicabanga ukuthi yiko lokho esikuphethe. Siyabanga kakhulu ngemizamo yenu yokuthi nize nizositshela ukuthi ninguhulumeni nifuna kwenziwe ngogesi. Siyabonga.
Just for the interpretation, Mama. Just to. Anya ne fela gore ntate a toloke.
Greetings to everybody. My name is Letu Makufane from the Bakhatla Khalikhuleni. Firstly, we support the idea that NERSA should be in charge of the pricing. But we disagree with the government determining the tariffs, because this will suffocate the poor who are already in dire straits. We are asking that the POP status should return, because at the moment the tariffs are very high, and this would alleviate the problem. I couldn't understand some of the things that the chair mentioned about the unbundling of ESCOM because of the echo and the noise in the hall. But I do realize that it will help to have other companies that are present to supply electricity. In case one company fails, then another one can take over and do the job. But my request, please, is that if the youth can be considered for job opportunities, there should also be skills transfer so that they can get to learn about this industry and take part in it. But also, it would be advisable and ideal that black companies should also be called in to take part in this restructuring, because that will open opportunities for black people. When it comes to punishment for theft, yes, I do agree and support the idea of a 5-year sentence. And I'm saying here, people should be fined about 5 million rand. That's the direct words from the lady. Because those who are actually stealing the cables are the technicians themselves, because they know where everything is, they know how it works. For instance, if we had underground cables and underground boxes, and these had some security mechanism attached to them so that the alarm could go off in case of theft, that might help to alleviate the problem. The only complaint I have that I would love the committee to look into has to do with the scheduling of load shedding. When they say the electricity will be back at 8 a.m., it should be 8 a.m. and not 20 minutes after 8. Because if you add all these times throughout the week, that's a big loss to anybody who might be running a business, and it's very costly to the community. And so we would appreciate if this can be rectified and the scheduling be adhered to. But I'd really like to thank the committee for the effort that has been made to be present here and to engage the community as far as this bill is concerned. Thank you very much.
This one.
Dumelang. Ke Paulina Mtshweneng from Lethabong. Sa o qala se nna ke tlo se supporta. Ko ho tshwara batho ba utswang di cable. Ene ebile hape se ke se solang kore ha ba qeta ho tshwarwa ba fuwe di bail. Ne ke kopa molao ha nke ba utlwisisa hantle motho ha entse ntho empe a se ka dumellwa ka bail. Hobane ha tswela ka ntle o senya hape a botsa ba bang hore ba ire ke ka mokgo ba utswang ka tseno ho sane ba tseba hore ba tswa ka di bail. Ke utlwile molao o beilweng ke ntate hore ba ka punisha for 5 years or 1 million, but after all ba fuwa di bail and be ba tswe. Maponesa a sebetsa mosebetsi wa bona a tshware batho ha ba fitla ko pele ba lokollwa mo ka re mmuso nke bo re thusha gore motho a entse ntho empe ha dule golegong a tla tsebe hore molato ke molato. E ke tlo e bolela mo haholo re bolela ka motlakase e rona re senang wona from 2010 until ka tjena. Re ntse re tsamaya tsona ditulong tse re yalla re etsa ntho tsena kaofela empa ha rena motlakase tulong ya rena entle ka hona ntho re nang le yona. Ha nka di bala ke tlo bolela 3 hours kaofela hore ha rona ho bohloko jwang. Mo rona re dulang teng ho tshwana le ko dumping hobane ha rena tsela. Kore tse tsohle ke mesapo le metsi a o tla tshwara kore se bile re tlhoyane rona re le haholo di leader community di bohloko haholo ka hobane ba nahana hore hona le ntho e rona re e bunang ka hore re tsamaya meeting re botse hore neng ho tla lokiswa. I remember ka 2021 ho thwe ka January 2022 ho tla bo ho kentswa metlakase ko Lethabong azange metlakase o be teng. Re phela boima ka hore bona batho ba stoutu ba utswa ho rena ka hore ha ona metlakase ba re kenela ka hore ho le fifi ba nka di phone tsa rena ba nka le dipitsa hobane ho le fifi a bo rena. Ene taba ya molao e thata hore ha o tshwere motho o seke ba wa mshapa ene o tshwarwa ka jeno ho sane ba molokolotso tsa makantle o utswetsa e mong hape. So nke be ka bala le nkutlule ke ba le ntho tse ngata jwang ha ona letho le leng right ko rena ko Lethabong ko Ndonguruk ha rena letho from 2010 o fitela ka tjena. Di councillor di a tsena di a tshintshana ka rena ba re botsa ha ke tsebe ke tla be ke le wrong ha ke re motho ha bolele nnete ka leleme la ka ba re motho o moholo ha maka ha bue nnete. Mara ka nako tsa dikgetho ka mo ho rena ho a pitlahana hobane re batho ba active hore re lokisetse dintho tseo. Kore ke bala kaofela ha ke bale mokgatlo o itseng kapa mokgatlo o itseng mekgatlo kaofela e ya bilwa ha bo rena like ngwaga o tlang tla be le nako ya teng ba tla be ba thulana ka rena hore rona re sebetse. Mara ha ona ntho e lokang ka rona re phela boima ko Lethabong re kopa motlakase ha ra tsona kaofela tse tsohle ra di utlwa ka hore re dula ha ra di tshila re hlapile ka phoso re le so ka hore re sokola le metsi tshwantse re ngapane bile re tla thola metsi ke senya ke re bjang.
Moshate Pula e dumedisa batho ba bohle
Here ka nela translation e metsotswana e a ka fetsang ka yone.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ms. Paulina Mutwening from Letabong. First of all, I want to say that I do support the bill. More so in the case of those who are involved in cable theft. It is a problem that those thieves that catch that we catch stealing cables, after they be caught, then they are set for, they get bail. So I would suggest that they should be denied bail. The reason is because once they have been caught and then they've been bailed out, it's easy for them to inform other criminal entities the information on how to steal electric cables. So this amounts to more problems when it comes to cable theft. The police are doing their work though, but when those thieves get bail, it is a work that is void. So I suggest that they should stay in prison so that they can learn that the law is the law. In our area in Letabong, we haven't had electricity since 2010. And actually, there's nothing that is materializing in our area. We do go to meetings year in, year out. We do come to such meetings, but nothing materializes. Also, in 2021, we were promised that electricity will be installed in 2022. But since then, nothing has materialized. And this poses a problem with us when we don't have electricity, because now crime is ravaging in our area due to the lack of light. So since 2010, councillors have been coming and going, but there's no electricity. We also do not have water. The reason for us to come here, that we have taken a bath coming here, it is by mistake. So please look into our area, Letabong. We do not have water, we don't have electricity. Please consider us. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand that people, if we say Mushate, we say greetings. We say Pula, we say Gute.
Are reetseng la utlwa pula e theogilenyana ante are reetseng bagolo.
If we say Pula, we say good thing. Thank you for Chairperson. I'm Given Kumal from Bakata Balukuleni. I'm so excited for coming to the community. Ke rata gore ke bolele mantswe a gore re lebogele parlamente go tla mo setšhabeng go bolela le rena. Re thabile haholo re le bogoši ba Bakatla ba Lukuleni from Mamelodi gore re kopane le lena. Ntho e kgolo e re le ke bolelang nka e bolela gore thank you for a new thing. New thinking is very important. Re leboga Eskom for a new thinking, for changing. Ke rata gore ke lebeletse the way le beileng di act ke a di accept re le Bakatla ba Lukuleni ra di adopta, and then ntho e kgolo re lebelang ke implementation. We implement gore we have to train people as black people. The most is white people inside of the Eskom. But in Tokolo, the business and then let the way they are Eskom through the company under the government Eskom is very good thing. Hore in 20 years, Hali Kisamos Chaving, Revolela Les Chava, I understand. As who read good news hore le privatizer Eskom. But the way little Butangaten little feeling document to explain Eskom, and then is a good thing. Hore changing Likisamo Eskom into a bill. I understand that Eskom is because of report. How check I report Eskom I balance. But the way they separate every person, the company is responsible and economy of a report. As Bakatla ba Lukuleni, everything we do refer report. And then whatever in Tokul essence must chaving happen. Eskom le Maspal is very important because of Maspala or now wisdom to speak with our people. Hobolela di reiti, hobolela le batho. It's very important to hobolela le Maspala, we hobolela le batho ba hol. Kabane, okra sometimes batho ba hol ba tla le ko bogoshi. Gutleletse also mo are chairperson na demoskidi councilor. Na re le bogoshi re dila le mathata especially le dintlo. Re tlhagana le ona la mabone. And then re khona sort and to khole re le bogoshi gore re agise setšhaba. and then re kgone ho berekisana le sona. Ka hobane families is a big problem ha re tla mo ditabeng tsa di Eskom le ho patela le eng. But ntho e kgolo ke e lebogang ke changing is very important. And then ntho e le e nngwe hape hore sentse re hore re implemented the black people, gore re learn to be responsible, re kgone ho tsena to the companies, women and men, gore le basadi le bona re ba tsentse, young people re ba train to work. Gore the way le a tlhogantsha gore if person the most re shorta di engineering, South Africa wa cheka di engineering ya shorta because of re nyako implement, re kgone go renew our country. It's very important for that. Hore ari tse ka mkho gore re kgone ho renew the country. The way we change of constitution le melao le eng is a good thing. And le gore di company di tsena di understand. Ntho e kholo ke di rate. Re lebelle the poor, re theong ko the poor. Gore re sa lebella gore all the time ke councillor. Councillor ka na feature a be a message o sa fella, but re lebelle le rena magoshi. Letle le morena re batamele re batamele. Re kgone ho lena le for molena gore re kgone ho lena re bane le knowledge through Eskom. Re nyako e batamela, re nyaka le bogoshi le experience whatever we experience in the community. It's very important for that. And then ke leboga everyone ke leboga gore adopta as bogoshi gore re beteng re leboga gore re tla tlhatla le lena Eskom, and then re tla ema le lena ra communicate le lena ra bereka le lena as a community. We are very pleased gore really batho re need to communicate, re berekeng together, re berekeng le setšhaba. But ntho e kgolo ke gore re lebeletseng hape gore a re ithuteng go ruta setšhaba sa rena gore se itse protection. Ke bolela gore di cable theft, gore batho ba utswang di cable, yes re na le problem hape mo di Eskom tsa rena gore ha o tlo reporta o kry-a gore ba o isa somewhere else. How to
Ke aka akira no rona ge re le ko khotleng ga re nke re emella ge monga lefatshe a bua ba se go se mare aka go mpona ke emella ke gore ka re ko bo fellong ba se go se ba re
ke rato le bogata ba ya gore re lebelle community hape ka ba hona le CPF re na le community leaders gore re tlhokomele Eskom, ra tlhokomela re le di community leaders gore ra patrolla boshigo, re tlhokomela le Eskom hape, but re nyaka gore re implement the young people gore at least ba kre stipend gore ha re tlhokomela government re berekisana le ena. Also we need the stipend gore batho ba kgone kra thuso, re kgone go etsa re kgone thiba botlhatswa bo bo le teng fela le gore ntwe re lebelang re
a utlwetse moshadi.
no ke a leboga. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am Prince Khodu from Mamelodi. I really appreciate this opportunity and appreciate the fact that the parliamentary committee has come to the people. I start by saying that I do support the amendments in the bill, and I would like to emphasize that we must focus on implementation, because most of the time we come up with good acts and laws, but we seem to have a challenge when it comes to implementation. And thank you very much again about bringing this issue before us, especially regarding the unbundling of Eskom. We do support this idea or this change because we think that it is a good change, and we really appreciate that the Parliament has come to us to consult the communities about these impending changes. We really appreciate it because Eskom is very important to us as communities, and but what we have noted is that there has not been accountability in terms of providing their reports to the communities. That is why I propose that Eskom must work hand in hand with the municipality so that they can keep the communities informed. Another challenge we have is regarding the rates, because in our areas as traditional leaders, we know that we have very poor families and who cannot afford some of these rates. So I think that we must work together with the councillors and the municipality regarding the issue of rates, and though we support the bills in this regard. And we also appreciate the fact that there are going to be new participants into the industry. We humbly request Parliament to look into the participation of black people, especially young people in particular, because we do not have technical skills like engineers, and we really need such skills in our community so that we can also contribute in rebuilding this country. We really appreciate this opportunity for such small companies, particularly black-owned, to come into the industry. And I humbly plea I humbly plead that these companies who are coming into the industry, they must understand exactly what the mandate is, so that they can appropriately augment that mandate. And I'm also pleading that there must be cooperation between the councillors, the government, and traditional leaders. It is very important to have such cooperation so that there can be no misunderstanding, so that we are also able to teach our communities about the importance of looking after our infrastructure. All in all, we do support the amendments in the bill. Thank you.
Mole ne re kopile at the same time hore le ha o ntse o bua o na le seo se ngwadileng o ska tshaba go se fetisetsa ko tafoleng, so that ge re discussa rona e be re na le tse dingwe tsa dintlha tsa lona ka mokgwa le di beileng ka teng verbatim. Moshate.
O I mean mo ke Prince Cody ho tswa ko Region 6 ka mo hare ha Bakhatha ba Lukhuleng Traditional Royal House. As I'm standing before you, I am easy book to read but difficult to read and understand. Open quote. I understand and my contents are simple to read and understand. Close quote. Did you know that the last 3 years, Eskom lost 65 billion only to remove the koloto tsa rena tsa motlakase wa masepala? Last year, on their figures, it shows that they have lost 24 billion go tswa mo di masepaleng. We in Tshwane region, we owe Eskom 3.4 billion at present. I close. I want to emphasize the following under the distribution of electricity. I do understand that everybody knows that Eskom is running distribution, is also running transmission, and is also running infrastructure, molo raha the power station tsa rena. So mafapa a mararo a ka moka a tshwere ke Eskom le one. So So ne ke emphasize gore since re bana le bothata ba ditiro and le youth ya rena ebile ya senyega ba tlala di strata ebile ba tsuba dinyaope ne go ka ba botlhokwa ka rena le di skill center le tsona di teng mara ke meago fela ha ena mbereko go emphasize gore bana ba kry thuto ya tsona dilo tse go tlo thusa Eskom re kenyetsa le di company tse le gore di ka dirisa motlakase under generation mo dilong tsa go tshwana le di solar tsa go tshwana le di water power tsa go tshwana le di wind farm gore technology e tle re thuse gore Eskom e se tlhole e bana le bothata ba load shedding mo mathateng a di generator. In terms of security, mo mathateng a rena a di cable ebile ke tlhoba boroko mo rena mo di township mo makeišeneng ne ke ratile le gore ga go oketse security sa mathomo re kgopela mabone a leng di high mass power pole hantši mo motseng rena re di tseba gore ke di mabone a la matelele re ke di Apollo he re di bitsa rena mo motseng high mass pole lights gore go tle go bonagale bosiu and then re kgopela gore tse di tlo iriwang mo technology ya ka tseno e be tse di berekisang maatla a solar gore di kgone go tšhuma ka nako ya load shedding and then re kgopela le security se se tsentshang le dilo tsa go tshwana le di drone especially mo di plekeng tsa go tshwana le mo go na le di transformer le mo di plekeng tse le gore distribution it takes place so that our security system can be uplifted and including private security companies. And then in terms of councillors, we as the community, we usually have a problem. And first I want to thank you, the panel of the parliament. Ka gore le tla setšhabeng. Go ya ka nna le phadile le ba councillor ba rena. Because nako e ntši ba le fa di report tse di tswang go setšhabeng tsa ngwaga le ngwaga. Mara ke iputsisa potso e le nngwe fela. Gore di report tse ba le fang tsona ba di kry-a kae ka re ba sa tshwarele meeting le rena setšhaba. Ke report e le gore ba di tlisang ko lena a ke tsebe gore di tswa di le kae. So ke nngwe ya tlhoba boroko mo di councileng tsa rena gore re bane le bothata. Go tshwana le se sebaka le bothata bo re bolelang ka bona. Go ya ka nna go ya holo e nke betletse go fita mo fitlha mo pela tafola lena. Go ya ka nna. Ga nke be le gore ba tshwara di meeting every month le di communities tsa bona di councillors. Ke kgopela le tlhokomele thata ke tlhoba boroko mo rena. Cause gona no hele ka lebella mathata a mantšha re le fang ona ka se sebaka. Ke dilo tse ntšhi tse nke be di le setse le ditse go tla mo di reportong tsa bona. Mara rena re hapeletse re bolele le lena direct ka baka la gore lena le kgone tla mo rena direct eo yona ke bile ke direla thumb up gore le fela le tla mo rena and engwe ke kgopela gore le lebelle le taba e ya di metara goba di prepaid ge re patela re na le batsofe re na le batho ba leng under disability and disadvantages. Re kgopela gore mo le fela le lebella le tsamaiso ya taba e ya di POP gore le ba naganele batsofe ba rena le batho ba leng disability including the poor of the poorest. Ke a leboga.
Re a leboga Mošate.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Prince Khodu from Bakhatla Royal House here in the Tshwane region. We have issues relating to paying the Eskom. As the figures I mentioned, like 65 million rands has been lost due to the municipal bill. And currently Tshwane also owes 3.4 billion rands to Eskom. So this is a problem that Eskom is also facing due to non-payments of municipalities. And another thing that I want to mention is that Eskom is holding all the powers. They are the generator, the distributor, and the generator, transmitter, and the distributor. So I would like to suggest that the youth should get an opportunity since they are unemployed and they have nothing to do. Let their companies be involved. More so when they have solar companies, when they have generation companies such as solar generation, water, or wind farms. Let them be involved with ESCOM so that they can help the ESCOM with the problem of electricity shortage. Another thing that we have a problem with is it is a crime, cable theft in our townships. So I would suggest that security should be increased. Or the high mast lights, what you normally call the Apollo lights, should be installed more so in where areas are of importance when it comes to electricity, such as transformers and where electricity is being distributed. I also would suggest that drones should be installed in such areas. Another thing that is of concern to me, it is that we have an issue with the councillors. The councillors do not hold meetings, but annually they will send reports to you, the portfolio committee, of what has been happening throughout the year. So now I'm asking myself, these reports, where do they get them? Because they never have any community meeting with us. So, and by the way I see things, I think that this hall was supposed to be full, even more, if the councillors were doing their job. And another thing that I want to mention, it is that please be considerate to the elderly, people who are living with disabilities, and the poorest of the poor when installing prepaid meters, because the tariffs are very high and they cannot afford to buy electricity at such rates. So when prepaid meters are being installed, have consideration for such people so that they could also afford to buy electricity.
Dumelang kaofela, OM mo ke Mos Aphane, Mososha Nguve from Tshwane Stand Up. Ke rato leboga Lerato Aphane a biditse meeting o botlhokwa o. Nna ke na le ditletlebo tse only 4. Ke tlo bolela ka motlakase wa Tshwane. And then ko berekisa mantswe a re bogodu. I'm not gonna say money laundering or fraud ne. Motlakase wa Tshwane wa tura. So rena as Tshwane Stand Up. Re batla go tswa mo Tshwane re ye ko Eskom straight. So ra te reke mabone steady ko Eskom. Ka mo Tshwane ho reka mabona 100 rand, ba fa mabona 40 rand. Then eba plus minus 7 units, and not 2 days or 3 days a fail. And then that's 60 rand a rituri ya guy. Ke number 1. And then number 2, motlakase wa rena o fetsa ke di Apollo le di street lights. Before 1994, ka 6 o'clock manjubana mabone natsa na chuma. Ka 6 afruho natima ba save energy. So our ruling party, our government, are fail like United this thing. And then number 3, the cable theft, mostly the informal settlement takare hancho na the illegal immigrants. So our CPF and the leaders baba tsamamushihu ba try ho ba stopa. Baba nchi baba ho ba tsa baba be thabile ba bolaya. So America wa di cable wa di substations pila ke America wa Tshwane metropolis ho ya ka nna ka kitso ya ka. So a ba ile America wa bona ba fa rena America wa rena. And then saboraro, let me see, re batla khata Tshwane as a middleman. Re reke straight ko Eskom. Kahe Tshwane ira trade, they buy and sell to us with an expenses for Fiareda. So mabon hatsa mayarna le batsofe ba loreng ba berekisa di metšhini ya ho hema ka electricity. Rena le batswadi ba lwalang ba loreng di tsa bona di na mara fridge. So re lose maphelo a batswadi ba rena ka baka la our government, our municipality in Tshwane. Ke fetsa ke re bjalo.
Greetings. My name is Moses Apane. I come from Tshwane Stand Up Group, and we've got the following complaints. One, Tshwane electricity is quite expensive. Two, when you buy electricity for 100 rand, it doesn't last long. And when you check, you'll find that you've only used 60% or 60 units out of the 100 rand that you have used. The other point is, these Apollo lights are actually the ones who are taking electricity from our houses. As a result, we don't get a full volume of units from what we have bought. Secondly, in the past era, these street lights were switched on at 6 o'clock in the evening, and at 6 in the morning, and at 6 o'clock in the evening, they switched them off. The other point is cable theft. Most of the people who actually steal cables come from the informal settlement, according to our research. We have CPFs who are supposed to patrol and take care of us during the night, but unfortunately, some of them get injured or even killed by the very people who steal these cables. The other thing is, our substations are being vandalized. It is not the responsibility of the residents to protect the substation. It's municipalities' responsibility to do that. We have elderly people. We have people who depend entirely on getting their machine. There are people who depend entirely on the machines. And as a result of load shedding, our people die on daily basis. We would appreciate if we would buy electricity straight from Eskom, because when we buy it from Tshwane, Tshwane municipality is making business instead of looking at the people who really need the services of electricity. Thank you.
Mr. Apani, Moses Apani, at the end you did not indicate, a number of people have indicated at the end whether you support or don't support this bill. Just a second for him to do that for us.
Yes, I support.
Thank you. You may. We are not canvassing you to support it. We just want to hear whether you support or not. Ne? And I can disappoint. Ukile Tata Pano onale buripana.
Okay. Dumelang. Libitsa ke Fanki Mama Hlodi, Ward 33, Soshanguve, under Councillor Lerato Apane, and Chairperson ya Soshanguve Residence Forum. On behalf of Ward 33, I support. Recommendation is a establishment ya transmission system operator company. There was budget allocation for its establishment. And another thing, because the problem here are always state-owned enterprises, they run the deploy. By long or never disappointed, render par experience corruption. It also impedes our economic development. And another thing, this transmission operator company, is it going to be answerable to Eskom or you are independent now? And then another thing, key issue,
30 seconds.
Another thing, key issue, Last time go bile le increment ya the rates tsa electricity. Eskom just went there and imposed 13.8% increment without consultation with us as vulnerable communities. So Nerbatorle empower NERSA so that it must also be resistant to some of these things Eskom without consultation. Ke a leboha.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mr. Funky Mama Todi from Ward 33 in Soshanguve. I'm also a chairperson of the Soshanguve Residents Forum. First of all, as I represent the residents of Ward 33 Soshanguve, on behalf of them, I say that we support this bill. However, we have the following recommendations that we like to give them to you. First of all, it's relating to the transmission operator company that's been mentioned. We want to know, first of all, does it have the budget to capacitate it to do its work? And then another thing that we want to know with the transmission operator company is that who is going to run the operations of that company? Because we have a problem of cadre deployment. At the end of the day, when you put in cadre deployment, it ends up with corruption, and that causes problems with us. Another thing is that we want to know this transmission operator company, is it going to be under Eskom or is it going to be an independent entity? The next thing that we have a problem with is NERSA. NERSA, it seems like it is an entity of cowards. Why I say this is because recently Eskom increased its tariffs by 13.8% and without any consultation, and NERSA could not intervene. So we want NERSA to stand its ground so that Eskom cannot do whatever it pleases, knowing that NERSA won't intervene. So we want NERSA to intervene and help us so that Eskom cannot do things without consultation. Thank you very much.
Sanbolan, ikamala mo opa ka mahlang 453 Block V. Chairman, ngicela lento kuyaddressa ku ngiyavumelana nayo nepili. Mara chairman, mina is a young person and futhi is a leader in Soshanguve nginenkinga neparliament. Every time iparliament lisilethela amaphepha lisilethela ama-opportunity. Sikhathele thina sisebenzi and asazi ukuthi siyobhadala ngani electricity yenu. 2, sicela ukuthi khona manje iparliament ne-state abazizela ama-manufacturing program. Nisitshela ukuthi Eskom iya-manufacture yenza zonke izinto. Nishiye kunama-firm la eRoslyn. Akunane-one eproduce i-globe. Akunane-firm eyi-one ye-state eproduce angazi whatever thing kubona ukuthi idinga electricity. Akunane-one. So sicela niproduceni. Every time we are buying. Ngemali yakabani? Number 2, besicela futhi as a resident of South Africa, sicela flat rate electricity because of us lingani ngeyikhwama. Some of you earn ama salary nama personal number. Some of us asinawo, some of us ama businessmen. Iyasilimaza electricity kakhulu. So besicela business futhi and residential akube ne flat rate to say ukuthi we annually you pay this much. I think correction is aphunze. Number 3, ukhuluma communication, Chairman. What if for us not to attend communication ukwenzakalani uyekubani? Ama-councillor wekho la eSoshanguve uyabona. But manifuna ama-vote, especially ngicala ngaba uwe-fighter. Niyeza la, ngigcwalisa amabhasi kuyo le hall le. So manje ningasitsheli nge-communication. The way ni-communicate ngakhona ngama-core, communicate nathi la ema-branchini to say ukuthi ningazozizela abantu abazosilethela ama-catering namanzi. Siyabuya futhi number 3. As young people and futhi as biggest growing township la eGauteng, which is Soshanguve, still empowerment batho ba Modimo. Re khopela parliament, re khopela empowerment, re khopela plan. Number 3, taba load shedding. E fetsa ko hore busang malatla. akere know very well or energy thengisa malahle le Europe buyisana malahle wethu bengekho le nto le for the past 3 to 5 years back into e load shedding ngithengisa malahle wase South Africa siyawafuna amalahle wethu wabuyiseni sikwazi kuba nogesi. Number 6 or 5 Sizo Shanguve sifuna representative la parliament sikhathele la ukuthi nizosizela abantu esingabazi nathi sifuna omunye wethu la azozosikhulumela before into lezi zenzeka sizazi. I thank you.
Sorry, yeah.
Good day to everybody. My name is Opama Hlangu from Section V. Firstly, I would like to say I do approve the bill, but as a young person, the problem that I have is that with Parliament is that we don't have money to cover the costs of electricity. We've always said ESCOM is manufacturing things, but we have factories in the neighborhood, in Roslyn and nearby, and not even a single factory there manufactures bulbs and electricity-related things. So why don't we bring those things to be manufactured locally so that we save on electricity? Because South Africa seems to be buying all the time from outside countries. We also request that there should be a flat rate for electricity so that people know how much they pay annually. And this will help because people are in different sectors of the community. Others are businessmen, others are just homes, and others are school facilities. The rates should not be the same. This should be determined so that people know in advance what is expected of them. But also a request to the committee is with regard to communication. Whatever means of communication you use with the government structures, we also request that you do with us as the community. Please bring empowerment. Give us a plan as the community on how to proceed. Another request is that we would like you to return coal from Europe. It's our coal. Return it to us. We want our coal back because when we had coal, we could generate our own electricity and there was no problem whatsoever. And finally, as Soshanguve, we would like to have our own representative in Parliament because we do not want to always meet with people we have no idea who they are. So if you could please have a representative for Soshanguve in Parliament so that we could speak to somebody who actually knows who we are. Thank you.
Sanbanani, igama lami uThoko wakazwane ohlala eWard 106 eOliver Bosch, chairperson of the ANC Women's League. Ngicela ukubonga kakhulu ugovernment wethu asivakashele, ugovernment wethu osikhathalelayo. Sibonge nama official labenathumele before azositshela ngale bill yanamhlanje. So mina ngiyayisupporta i-bill ezosinceda ukuthi ikhiphe le infrastructure yethu ena 27 years erusile, ezosinceda ngange cable theft and then infrastructure yethu lebolile ngoba futhi yethu phakathi kwamanzi isemanzini irusile, and sicela nokuthi izosinceda nokuthi kungasavandalizwa ama transformer avalwe, avule kuphela umuntu weEscom, ayi umuntu nje. Leyo nto izosinceda. And then ngize futhi ngithi iEscom i-right iyasebenza kodwa ifuna ukuncedwa, kufuneka kube nomunye.
Sorry mama, Yeah, atumela hanyane hape mo mic.
Okay. Kufuneka kube nenye company ezoncede Eskom. Ayikwazi ukwenza umsebenzi wonke iyi1. That's why uthola ukuthi makuwe ngapha yonke indawo kuyacisha. So ngokusho njalo ibill yona siyayisupporta. Siyazi ukuthi kuzoba noshintsho. Kodwa okunye sicela nokuthi ne-youth yethu niyifundiseni ukusebenza nge-electricity. And then sibonge futhi ne-NERSA ukuthi izawuletha ama-license kulaba abakhonayo. Kodwa ngicela ukubuza ukuthi nabo my friend bayaqualifya na ngoba eyabe i-electric iphela masinyane. Ngokusho njalo ngithi siyayisupporta ibill, siyayisupporta amandla.
With your indulgence, Chair, I'm battling the noise with the roof. I'm sorry about that. But my name is Togo Zwane, and I'd like to say thank you to the government for the visit to our township here. We do agree with we support the bill because it will improve our infrastructure, which has been in use for over 37 years now. And this will solve the problem with cable theft and other issues. We have problem with transformers, and we hope that with the change, these will no longer be vandalized. Eskom needs help. They need another company. We need another company that will help with the generation of power. Because when Eskom fails, everything fails. So we need another company that will be give a hand to Eskom. We do support the bill because we hope that it will bring change. But our request is that in everything that is being done and proposed, please consider the youth. It would be good if youths can be trained as electricians in our community so that they can help with the maintenance and the running of some of these programs. We are grateful that there's NERSA and it will help with the licensing. And the question that I have is whether the so-called my friends will qualify to get these licenses. But we do support the bill, and thank you very much.
Dumelang, ke Teresa Mapula Tau, ke tswa ke le Mamelodi, ko ha Bakhatha ba Halikhuleni. Ke ema le yona NERSAS le Eskom ka mokgwa di etsang ka teng. Ke kopela fela hore gona banong since Eskom implementa this power station ka 1971 azanga ya implementiwa hape, and ke kopa fela hore go fumanwe mesebetsi mo baneng. Go na le electric di a shorta, go na le di settlement tsa di mekhukhus, a gona ba bea di toilet, ba bea metsi, a gona mabone. That's why go na le corruption ya di cable theft. Because hengelo ba ira ko di settlement engoko go na le electrician nkebe go na le go sena ntho ya di electric cable theft. Henkebe ile go a berekisano ke leboga lena ba mmuso le tlile kwano le tlo utlwa di commands tsa rena. Ke a kopela thusang le the poor of the poorest. Go na le ba kekole ba ba dulang le bana ba banyane, go na le ba snang motho a ba shabang ka re he o ya go counseloreng, counselor a you follow up a itle ko lapeng la ho etlo bona hore ho etsahalang. Ke kopa thuso, ke dumela hore ke a dumelana ka mko NERSAS le Eskom di berekisanang ka teng. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much. My name is Teresa Tlo from Bakhatha ba Halikhuleni in Mamelodi. I really appreciate the cooperation that is the operation which is going to be established between NERSAS and Eskom. And I am also asking the government to come with mitigating factors to assist us, the poor, and especially in terms of creating employment opportunities for our communities, because we have informal settlements which are not taken care of in terms of development, and hence we find this cable theft because people do not have electricity in informal settlements and they want to have such. So if there can be programs of electrifying those settlements, I believe that it will mitigate against cable theft. And we really appreciate Parliament coming to the people to raise these issues, and we really believe that this will help or it will come up with measures to help the poor, the indigent, to improve our situation. We really support and appreciate the cooperation between NERSA and ESCOM. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like, because now the rain is competing very strongly with me now. So long, let me get hands. We started this side. Let me start by the lady who was supposed to be number 11. The yellow duke. Yes, ma'am. You are number 1. And then you have Ntate number 2. Mama number 3 in red. Yeah, number 2. And the gentleman there, yeah, with the head next door. Yeah. No. Don't stand up. Kes out for pani. Yeah, hunale akitsi moto orweleng kuane enso. Yes, when I'm keep me. Say ma'am. Get 1, 2, 3, 4. Ke tlo khutlela molone. Ke tlo khutlela ke batla fela go rebalance. You have at the corner, and then 1, 2, 3, Ntate mo pele, Ntate ko morago, le mama. And then the meko ko bofelong kwa. Is that? Let them be seated so that I can make this point. Ke tlo boela ko go lona because the tilo tse di lekane 10 fela. Then after this round we will be doing I also give over to chairperson to clarify 1 or 2 issues before we get to Mama.
Just one small thing. One, please. No, we are going to be pointed. There's the next round coming. Can we be patient? One, can we try our level best to stick to the bill so that we don't close out people who wants to contribute in the bill? I explained first that the bill is about policy on electricity, not policy on ESCOM. For instance, the bill talks about integrated electricity plan. the IRP. There is solar, there is nuclear, there is coal, there is hydro. There are quite a number of alternative sources of energy, not ESCOM. Now we can write in this law, best transmission. There is no such a law. We can write here that we accept that ESCOM must have competition. We can write here that there is a proposal that 1 million as a penalty is right. It must be a law. But how that happens, it's only when the law is operational. So can we put a hold? We know the problems of ESCOM. We then explain that ESCOM falls under the portfolio committee of public enterprise. So when we go back to Parliament, we can't take over the powers and the responsibility of another portfolio committee. So we are making a law, not for Soshanguve, not for Tshwane, not for Gauteng, for everyone in South Africa who's going to be affected when it is finalized and is a law. I'm just pleading so that we don't, because once you put a complaint, what is written here as amendments is somebody's thinking. Tell us your thinking. What do you think must be a law here? So that we allow other people. We want to make sure that there is maximum participation of everyone who's here. Let's also be responsible enough to allow the other person behind you to also make a contribution. Thank you very much.
Modula stulo o tlhalosa ntlha ya gore ke kgopela gore ga re bolele thata ka taba ya motlakase e seng gore re bue fela e se golo setona tse le gore di tsamaisana le molaotlhomo o re buang ka ona ka gore ra itse gore gona dikgwetlho tse ding tse e leng gore di teng tse batho ba ntse ba bolela ka tsona e fela ne re kopa gore re kgone gore re fe batho ba e leng gore ba batla go tshwaela ka bili e gore re itse gore ba bile le karolo ba re thusa ka go dira tshwaelo tse le gore re tlo go ditsa re dira molao e seng ka ESCOM fela ka motlakase ka kakaretso ka gore o re gona le mekgwa e meng e farologaneng ya motlakase ke go tshwana le di solar le mekgwa e meng ya malatlha ya e le gore go tlisiwa di company tsa le gore di tlo go gaisana le ESCOM mo industry e so o kopa gore a re a itse gore mathata a teng a ESCOM e fela bona ka gore ba bula ka committee ya minerals resources and energy ba ka se tiro ya committee e nngwe so o kopa fela gore a re bulele ka dilo re tshwaile gore rona re batla gore molao e nne eng le gore diphetogo mo molaong o e tshwanetse gore e betse di feng ke se a se kgopelang
Avuxeni wa ka hina na ke na definiwa Mathole extension 4 Soshanguve South ke thabile thata ge go tla parlamente ba tlile ka molao o ne ke tshwenya councilor ka night ka taba mabone ne ke molata ke khante why o sa ile gore o ya o re bolelle re khona reka mabone at least a rekega like myself ke tlo bolella mo ba ke kolong le di disabled ke disabled ke na le lapa ke na le bana ba ka ba sale ba banyana mabone a masipala a re costa ho balla renta ka e tla e re 1.2 ke hola tšhelete disabled hana bana e re 2000 ke tlhoira agreement ba nyaka 1.6 ke sala ka 400 ke na le bana ba nyogoja ba ya dikolong re go nyaka ha dilo tsa tsotlhe ba nyaka 1.6 go bona ke irile
So ne re kgopela gore lena ba parlamente tsamaya le re bolelelang le re thusa gore go be le mabone le ka ba di sola or mabone a le a rekiwang ba le ba rekang mabone straight from the Eskom a malless re kgone go kry-a mabone a o tshwana le ona ao re bolela ka di-theft cable batho ba ba utswang di-cable ka weekend ba thuntshane ko rena ba lwela tsona di-cable di causa ke di-load shedding tse di tsamayang ka matsha mara he Eskom a ka ira gore di-load shedding tsele maybe di fitlha mo Montshari re sa lebeletse ka re a gona di-street light a rena di-apple re kgone go bona a gona gore di-cable di ka tsewa bošomo a bone a beteng di-cable ke sure di ka se tlhole di utswega ke dumelelana le molao gape-gape ola wa gore ge ba kry-ile motho 5 years or 1 million ka o dumela I thank you.
Before the interpreter, I just want to mention a car number plate CW 97MSGP. CW 97MSGP. There's an emergency that needs your attention by your car. CW 97MS.
Thank you very much. My name is Daphne Matolo, and thank you very much for this opportunity. We really appreciate that the Parliament has come to the people. I am going to be very brief in my submission. I am asking the Parliament to assist us regarding the issue of municipal rates in our area, because some of us are not working, and myself, I am earning a grant, disability grant, and we only get 1.2, and it is very little for me to cover all the expenses. And the municipality cut off our electricity supply if we do not pay. And I've tried to make an agreement, an arrangement to pay, because the little money that I have to look after my children, and it is very difficult. I find myself in a very difficult situation regarding that. We're therefore asking the Parliament to assist us as indigent people regarding the indigent policies, because we do have such policies, but they do not have any impact. And regarding the issue of cable theft, I think this is caused largely because of the timing of load shedding, because most of the time it happens during the night. That is why those people who steal cables, they take advantage of that because it is at night, and they cannot be seen by anyone. Maybe it is better if load shedding can be rescheduled to during the day, so that we are able to see those. And the other factor is that we do not have street lights. That is why even at night, when there is no load shedding, it becomes very dark, and this also perpetuates this problem. So I believe that if we can look into the issue of load shedding, the timing thereof, it may be a mitigating factor. Lastly, I would like to say that I support this bill. Thank you.
Angikwazi ukukhuluma. Umthetho wami ngiyakwazi ukulwa. Sanibona. Dumelang, sanibonani. Mina nguPeter Malungete ne. Mina nguPeter wakaMalungete isibongo ne. Ngibuya la eSoshanguve eWard 25. Mhlalihlalo mdula situlo ngiyavumelana nawe kukonke lokukhulumako. Ngiyakusupporta. Kodwa nami njengombaba omdala nginezikhalo lana. kune infrastructure enakhile nina baka government lapha ema-JJ ehlele engasupply umuntu ngomlilo ayindawo kodwa the other day ngizwe kuthiwa uBrink lo umeya waseTshwane ufuna ukuvula ezinye izinto okwezabo ngaleni thina la siyahlupheka ngomlilo la kune infrastructure eyakhiwe befanele ngabe isupplya ngomlilo sonke kunabantu abaku informal settlement abafuna ukuthenga umlilo bahluleka ukuthenga because of umasipala ohleli kunomeya khona manje akavulela abantu ama-account number kanti wena government kubuya yehla uza la enzansi uzokhuluma nabo masipala ukuthi bavulele abantu ukuthi bakwazi ukuthola umlilo ngoba ukuze kukhosteke indaba yeyinyokanyoka batshontshe ama-cable is because of batshontsha le cable yami nawe esibhadalako bahambe bayenza ezabo iy'nyokanyoka iy'nyokanyoka ngeke sizicede as long kusesenabantu ababuya ngaphandle again ngiyakusapota chairperson ngiyanisapota nina iparlamente i-5 years incane banikezeni i-10 years yimi into engiyiproposako imiliyoni incane banikeze ukuthi babe ne-5 to 10 million ye-fine abangaphuma ngayo ngoba siyahlupheka abantwana basebenzi thina silwa sodwa laphansi and ababuya ngaphandle bayayimosha i-infrastructure yethu into ebuhlungu ukuthi ney'ngane zethu zihleli azisebenzi ngicela ku-government ukuthi u-Eskom yes angawukhipha umlilo kodwa makabe nomunye futhi azoncedisana naye kube ney'nkampani zabantu abamnyama ezizokwazi nabantu not abamnyama kuphela but kube ney'nkampani zala ekhaya ezizokwazi ukusapota nokwenza ukuthi abantwana bafundisiwe ukwenza lo gesi bakwazi ukusebenza ngoba mina nawe noma kanjani sibheke ithuna kodwa abantwana basebenzi ngiyabonga
Good day to everybody present. My name is Peter Malukete from Ward 25 here in Soshanguve. I do agree and support the bill, but as an elder in Soshanguve here, I've noticed a few problems that we have. For instance, we have infrastructure that was set up by government in section JJ to supply electricity, but that is not working at the moment. On the other hand, we have Mayor Brink, who is starting other projects instead of helping our community to find help from this infrastructure. We have informal settlements that cannot buy electricity because they do not have accounts that are set up for them to do so. So the government should provide help, and this will sort out illegal connections with Nyoga, because we also have foreigners who are problematic when it comes to this. My view is that 5 years of sentencing is too little. It should be at least 10 years. And a fine of R1 million is insufficient. It should be between 5 and 10 million rand in order for us to cap this problem. Our children are not employed, and so it's a problem. Therefore, Eskom should have other companies, black-owned companies, that will help with the supply of electricity so that our children can also be taught the skills that are needed in the supply of electricity. And this way, I think some of our problems will be alleviated. Thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah. Ntamplela, carry on. Kike. Dumelang setjhaba. Ya buang mona ke nna Margaret Mahape wa ko Ward 36 ko via crossing. Ke mo ka o tlo le boa ka letsatsi la ka shekule ha di tlisitse tlasa setjhaba. Really re na le mathata ka motlakase. Re na le mathata ka di payment. Ha re tsebe hore na re etsa bjang re ya kae di direction. Fela ka shekule ha re le bona le le teng baholo ba hlahang parlamenteng ba hlahang le tlo re bontsha hore le na le system e ntjha e le tlo e kenyang e tlo kenang e nahanwang ke Eskom. So re a ithabela ntho e le e bolelang, and then re a ithabela hore re tle re tsebe hore rena re ya kae ka di payment tsa rona, because Tshwane re kgobaditse. Tshwane ke kgale re e patela. Tshwane ha ena nnete tlasa setjhaba. Tshwane ha o qeta ho patala installment ya hao ka hosane ba o romella installment sa 29,000. Nna ke le motho wa modende 29,000 ke nka kae mare e le kgale ke patala Tshwane before ke 10 or 50 years ka shekule ke na le 60 years mare sekoloto sa ko Tshwane ha se so fele le ka shekuleng. Ke thabela hore e ka re di company tse tlo kenang tlasa Eskom e ka re ka ba di company tse nang le nnete tse senang bohwiri-hwiri, because le bola rona tjhelete ha eyo, bana ba rona ba sa sebetsa, mebereko ha e teng, mebereko ha e ba e fumane. So a re hana ho patala motlakase wa Eskom, because motlakase wa Eskom ha re sa o patale re dia South Africa. So re batla fela solution, re batla di nnete tlasa setjhaba, re batla hore setjhaba ha se patala re tsebe hore re eme mo kae, re tsebe le di payment tsa rona hore di felle kae, le di company tse ntjha tse tlo kenang e ka re di ka ba le nnete tlasa bakekolo. Hape bakekolo ke bona ba kgobalang bana ba rona ha ba patale motlakase, ha ba sebetse. Re a leboha ene le makhanselara a rona e re nang lona ha re lla ka metlakase ha ba atle ho rona, ha re tsebe thuso ya rona re tla e fumana kae. Re kopa makhanselara e ba le nnete mo setjhabeng. A ke re le tena le dutse ditulong le di dutse ka ID tsa rona. So ha le di dutse ka ID tsa rona re berekeleng e ba le nnete ho rona. So a ke nya ke o ema mo ke bolele hore Ward 36 nna mokhanselara wa ka ke mang. Makhanselara a mangata ha re berekele, makhanselara a mangata re a sokola, makhanselara a mangata re tsebe re tshwantse re llele ko kae. So ha ke batle ho ya hatelele because thari ya tile ka morao. So re leboha ho le bona mapalamente e ska re ka bosiu ha dintho di qeta ho change Eskom mo Eskom la nyamela ga ska ga tseba gore beanong re tshwantse re llele kae. Mohlomong ho tla ha lona so le tlile ho tlolla go llela pela rona hore re tsebe ho kgetha ANC. Vele ANC nna ke o ikgetha, so re batla le be le nnete tlasa setjhaba. Ka o tsho jwalo le nna ke a le leboha ho tleng ha lona.
No, re a leboga re ka se nyamele. Ne ke re go interpreter ke bone ma a boeletsa some of the things mara ke tsa mannete o tla di tshwa. You'll come after.
Good day, my name is Margaret Maku from Ward 36 via crossing. Thank you very much for coming here to listen to our pleas. We have problems with electricity, more so with paying for electricity. We don't have a direction where to pay, where to go. And another thing is that Eskom Tshwane municipality has really hurt us because they are not honest. As a pensioner, where do you expect me to pay 29,000 rands for debt? Since I was 50 years, I've been paying my debt. Now I'm over 60 years, I'm still paying my debt. So I really feel that Tshwane is dishonest. So I thank you very much for the new system, the new companies that are going to come in. We are very happy about that. Because the problems that we have with paying of our electricity, it is not that we do not want to pay, because if we do not pay, this will damage our country. The problem is that we don't have money, our children are not employed, there is unemployment, and we are pensioners. So we are happy with the new companies. Hopefully they will work on our behalf. Another issue that is of concern to me, it is that the councillors are dishonest. They do not work for us. even the ward that I come from, Ward 36, I can't tell you what is the name of my councillor, because the councillors, they do not come to us, they do not have meetings, so we do not know the councillors. Hence, but we don't know them. Why we are the ones who have elected them. So thank you very much for coming here, and we really appreciate the new direction that you're taking for us, more so with the new companies that are going to come up.
Okay, wa bua mo ke Kenny ne batlali ba Tshwane military veterans
Isha ya ka lentswe le la Barry White. Isa a re hupisa.
ya ke a utlwa gore parliament e tlile kwano, you know, re ke ile message today gore parliament e tla kwano. We're having some little bit issues that are very complicated, that we don't understand what is going on, more social groups. But we support what we are doing, our leaders. If Parliament can assist us, rena le batho mo makeisheneng ba ba irileng di rural ba ba tlhomileng the squatters, and they are using electricity free of charge, and ke batswantle, and batswantle ba ba tsa electricity from modi paleng tsa mabone. They are using their electricity, they don't pay. Ba butse di saloon, they don't pay. Ba butse di restaurant mo di strateng, they don't pay. And then our brothers and sisters ba ba leng around to ba le go di saloon ba patela di tax, ba patela rent. So ne re kopa thata hore government a rona hore parliament e re thuse thata hore what can we do. If you go there and check what is happening around those quarters, o bona cable ya o connecta speaker mar e chuma le mabone mo di strateng. And then our government did it, and then I resell. If you go around to check around Soshanguve mo di Thabeng, batho ba tswa bo Zimbabwe ba tlhomile mikhukhu mo la ba dutse. Now the parliament is a community to attend the meeting. Batho ba di community ba ka meeting. No one at from Kontlale Kamara meeting. Only the South Africans ba attend the meeting, not to respect. So ntse re botsisa hore government is going to assist us ka zinyoganyoga tse, government is going to assist us ka ilo tse di ralang tsa batho ba batlang ko ntle, hore the community must take over so that we can assist you. Thank you.
Ara utlwa libitso, I think now or
Kenny Pete.
Kenny Pete.
Yes, my name is Kenny Pete. Greetings to the parliamentarians. I stand in before you representing the veterans in Soshanguve. And we are happy that you are here so that we could be able to address our problems and also support us with what we need. We believe that you are going to help us because we've got a lot of problems. Problem number one, we've got people from other countries who are occupying houses, who are occupying even shacks, and they've built businesses along the street. They connect electricity from illegally from the streets, and they are not paying. We are paying on their behalf, and we want to know if it is possible that the government could help us in that regard. We are a meeting at the moment. No one of them is around here to come and listen to our pleas, but we are still paying the electricity. We really need you people to help us so that we are able to solve these problems. These problems of electricity, most of them are not caused by us, but they are being caused by the legal connections by people from outside. Thank you very much.
Sanibonani Dumelani. Ninjani? Pastor J. Chaisa from Oliven, Oudbosch, Local Council of Oliven, Oudbosch. Siyabonga kuba nibe khona kule ndawo. Siyanibonga kakhulu, siyanibonga njengorhulumente ozimisela uba abantu bakhe mabebe njani. Ndinesicelo esithi kunento engifuna ukuyitsho kuqala. Kunegama elithi gcina inwele zakho enhlokweni yakho zinhle ngoba kusasa uzawufuna ukuzisebenzisa. Gcina inwele zakho enhlokweni yakho zinhle ngoba kusasa uzawufuna ukuzisebenzisa. So lelo gama shukuthi kule ndawo yezinyoka nyoka. Andiyazi ukuthi mhlawumbi laba bantu benza izinyoka nyoka bayakwazi na ukuzwisisa. Sibonga ugovernment uhulumende wethu othi aphuma wazisa ukuthi nathi sivule izifundo. Kunenkinga enje. Angiyazi nokuthi niyanivumela na ngiquote iverse A1. Exodus 20 verse 13 uthi uNkulunkulu uze ungabulali. Verse 13 uze usike wabulaya. So umuntu otshontsha icable zabantu ezinceda abantu bafake izishebo zabo la. Abanye bahola ngenyanga ngethatha imali yokugcina ifake athenge ngayo electric ayifake fridge. So lono mina mangizotshontsha icable yabantu abanye baphefumula ngayo le cable. So lo muntu usuke ezwisisa kahle ukuthi ngenzani mangenza lento ngitshontshela abanye abantu into ebasizayo. Uthi yena usiza uphi umphakathi. Ngiyabonga ugovernment ma ethe waphuma wazosinceda. Angizuba mude nje enye into engifuna ukuyi-add ngicele kakhulu kugovernment. Singamasonto sinenkinga njengase Oliven. Amasonto amaningi sinendawo esazifumanayo ukuthi sihlome imikhukhu or mhlambi sakhe indawo mara asinamhlakazi. So siyacela ukuthi ngoba sifuna uncedisa abantwana bethu ukuze bakwazi uthola indawo. Sifuna ubafundisa ngokuthi ubuntu kumele abenjani. Akumelanga sikwazi ubalumkisa ukuthi akufanelanga vandalize izinto zabanye abantu. So manje asina power enough ngoba asinawo nema electric ngoba abantwana bangabantu abathanda ukuthi kwesisikhathi kuba becule sibazamele nezinto eziculayo ukuze bakwazi ukuyithanda into enhle. Manje sicela ugovernment asincede asilethele electric kwindawo zamasonto ethu. Sicela kakhulu kuhulumende asincede kakhulu. Siyanuthanda government wethu, siyakuthanda ngoba unombono omuhle. Asifuni ubuhle sibone ngaphandle kuphela. Like uma ungaphuma la eSouth Africa uye eBotswana. Abantu baseBotswana ngabantu abahlangene kakhulu bamhlonipha ugovernment wethu. Wabo nathi sifuna ukukuthanda sikuhloniphe ngoba siyazihlonipha nathi. Siyakuthanda uhulumende. Amen.
Greetings to everybody. My name is Pastor Jackson Chahisa. I'm from Oliven, Oudbosch. And as a pastor there, we are very worried about what is happening now. As we know that people who are stealing the cables, they don't know how much the damage they are causing, because now there's people who have put meat in their fridges, and then that meat will get spoiled. At the end of the day, that causes a huge damage to their food. I don't know if you can allow me to quote in the Bible the scripture of Exodus chapter 13 that says, do not murder, do not murder. So a person who steals the cables, I don't know how much does he knows that he causes as a damage into the infrastructure. Now, as churches, we found places where we can have our structures and perform our duties. But unfortunately, those spaces, they do not have electricity. So we were pleading to the government to help us because our aim is to help our children. And our children, they like to be encouraged when they see that there's electricity. They will respond accordingly as we want to help them so much. We love you so much as the parliament and our government. We want to be like people of Botswana because people in the Botswana, they respect their government. They love their government so much. So as we want to do here in South Africa. So please, may you consider all our problems and help us with the problem of the electricity. We love you. I thank you.
Waemi mo ke Maria Ralele go tswa mo Soshanguve Ward ke Ward 88 modudi wa Tshwane sa mathomo ke tlo rata go dumedisa modulasetulo wa parliament le matona a hae ka boikokobetso re a le dumedisa ebile re thabela ge le tlile ka tjeko le tlo utlwa ditletlebo or maele a le nyaka gore re le setšhaba sa Tshwane re le thuse ka ona a ke a tlo bolela tse dintši ke tlo bolela mabapi le issue ya bill e ratang gore le nyaka gore le extenda letsogo gobane letsogo le le one la Eskom a le kgone go phethagatsa naga ya borona because setšhaba sa rena se godile so le tla ka leano le lengwe le lena le le lebeletseng gore le tle le boe le tle le thuse rona re le badudi mo selong se re le mo sona so rena re le badudi re a le dumelela le portfolio committee gore boela morago ko parlamenteng le ba botse gore re agree le se lena le dutseng fase la tla ka mmono re sekona mmono o a lona o a o tswelele o go tse setšhaba sa rona sa South Africa because a le bolele ka rena fela Tshwane because tse dintši re ka re a di bolela mo a se tse di nyakang lena tse dingwe di nyaka province tse dingwe di nyaka masepala wa rona lena le tletse fela gore re le fe maatla a re le boele morago lo ira se le tshwanetse gore le se etse just fela ge le ka dula la lebelela issue ya monitoring teams ya gore le tlhokomele di-municipala tsa rona tse gore a ba ira mmereko wa bona ka tlotla na because tse dingwe tsa gore go feilwe gore go na le batho ba ba ntseng fase a ba ire mmereko wa bona ka tshwanelo especially ga re tla mo Tshwane ke utlwile ba bolela but re boela morago le nyake monitoring team le lebelele gore dilo tse di iragalang issue ya security le lebelele le yona because le tlo go disa la tla ka dimilione la upgrade la ira dilo tse di tshwanetseng empa fela bogodi bo iphile maatla mo fatshe so ka gore yalo re phambili re tsamaya le lona portfolio committee boela morago re le fa maatla ao gore boelang parlamente lo report ke la rena leo lefoko le le tsamayang ka lona thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Maria Malele. I come from Ward 38. Greetings, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the committee. I start by appreciating that the Parliament has come to our community to come and listen to our submissions as well as our challenges. I am going to be very brief. What I want to say is that I do support this bill because I believe that it is going to assist us a lot, especially in the midst of population growth, the changes as contained in the bill. I believe that they will assist us a lot, like as the chairperson has emphasized that this bill is aimed at benefiting the whole of South Africa, in all provinces and all municipalities. I would like to make a humble plea that this parliamentary committee must have monitoring mechanisms over the municipalities because most of the time they are not doing their work, especially here in Tshwane. It will greatly assist service delivery if there is monitoring mechanisms over the municipality. And lastly, I also want to emphasize what has been emphasized regarding security of infrastructure, that we must look into that aspect because it doesn't assist us when the government puts millions of money into building infrastructure and then you find that there is no security. That is the weakness which I have seen. And lastly, yes, indeed, we do support the bill. So when you go to Parliament, please convey that message that you have our support. Thank you.
Luchan, Kamala Minjabu from Oliven, Gapaso Kosi, Uskosana Boko. I'm a member of the ANC. Today, Sizela namhlanje because badi the ESCOM fane ibe ne competition ukusupply abantu umtlhagas. Siyavuma ukuthi ESCOM ibe ne competition ukuthi isupply abantu umtlhagas. Le company ezoba khona ezabe isupply umtlhagas. Nangabe izokuthengisela abo municipality iESCOM ngemali encane. Ngokuthi kwamanje iESCOM ithengisela abo masipala ngemali eningi nayifika emphakathini iyasibulala. Ngivumela ukuthi ibe ne competition for sake that company ezoba khona izakwenza ukuthi umtlhagas ureduce ube mncane into esibaholela. And ngezwe ukuthi but this bill I see umasipala baTshwane fela kya all over. But thina ngothi sihlala eOliven sizokhulumela la eTshwane into esibulala ukuthi umtlhagas eTshwane usibulala too much. And enye disappointako ukuthi uMeyara akekho ezwe ukuthi abantu bakhe bathini balila kangangani ngomtlhagas obathengisela wona. And I'm disappointed because the councillor yalendawo la ayikho izokufind out ukuthi umtlhagas i-community eyahlala ki isafara ngani. I'm the one guy ohlala nomphakathi day by day. I'm the one guy ozwa ukuthi umphakathi ulila ngani. Ngihlala left and right ngihlala kunomphakathi. Into esibethako iESCOM nangiyaba ne competition ukuthi le company ekhona isithengisela umtlhagas oless sibethela idlanzi sizoyivotela. Na last nenza amendment yokuthi iTshwane ithenga umtlhagas ngaphasi kweESCOM sabethi idlanzi today siyasafara. Ngibawa this private company ezongena nasel icontina isebenza ingasibangela ukuthi egcineni silile sithi no ngathana zange siyivotele because umtlhagas uyadura. Abo masipala bakhona ngale ndaba ukuthi kunamatif kunabantu ababridge umtlhagas. I think abo masipala bafaila ukuhlogomela i-community yabo. Bafaila ukuthi community bayihlogomele because there's a metro efane ihlogomela abantu ukuthi babridgile or ababridge na. Nanithi umuntu oyi-1 uzokubhilwa 1 million 5 years ejail. Into eniyenzile ukuthi la mtlhagas ebawuntshontshago ngothi awuhlala ezindlini ukuhamba esigangeni. Kune company ezogada lo mtlhagas okuhamba esigangeni. Ngicela ninze iplan ukuthi once nibabhila kube ne company ezakhamba esigangeni igade lo mtlhagas. Nizobabhila esigangeni anginamuntu abantu batshontsha umtlhagas esigangeni. Can happen asibathola abantu labo. I work angisebenza no councillor hands to hands. Once umtlhagas ucimile kodwa esikhambe sesigangeni sokucaka ukuthi ngawo botshontshe kuphi. Ngicela iparliamentary inceda abo masipala kube nabantu abazakhamba zonke leganga la khamba khona umtlhagas. Ngoba those people bemba lo mtlhagas esigangeni la nganamuntu khona bese bobana bagada umtlhagas. Ngicela nali amende ukuthi bakhuphe icompany ezagada umtlhagas. There's a lot of kids abangasebenzi my brother. Banengi abantu abangasebenzi. bangale egangeni bakhamba kade lo mhlakasi loyo ngiyayicela leyo ku-parliamentary bakhulume nabo masipala bayo ukuthi siyacela ukuthi akube nekhampani ezagade lo mhlakasi the last born yezinto zonke maybe in South Africa wonke umuntu ila ngomsebenzi why one day ningenisitshe ukuthi abantu abo bazokusebenza kanjani because the grandmother uhola ipension kosathenga umhlakasi we-1000 bese abantwana basapota ngani sometimes sicela ukuthi nibe ne-mechanism yokuthi i-South Africa ithole umsebenzi all these people abahlezi la you think bonke abantu abahlezi abaya emsebenzini abasebenzi labantu labo that's bakhona u-attend because bahlezi lekhaya at the end fanele bathenge umhlakasi but now siyayibona ukuthi lethani umsebenzi ebantwini people can work bakhona ukubhadela i-service yamasipala some other people breaching because bangasebenzi if umuntu angasebenzi uyothenga ngani umhlakasi umuntu uyebhadela ngani i-service yamasipala thank you
Greetings to everybody. My name is Jabum Tsweni. I am also from. My name is Jabum Tsweni. I'm also from Oliver Bush, and I'm under the leadership of the Chief Kosana. Now, the problem that we are faced as people from Oliver Bush. Is that we also have problems like everybody of electricity. But now we are very grateful that there's going to be a competition that ESCOM is going to be under. If there's going to be a company that will help ESCOM to supply and distribute the electricity, that will be a very great important thing to happen. Because now we have a problem also that the ESCOM charges the municipality a lot of money, and then now we find that we have to buy the electricity with a lot of money as well, which brings a lot of problems to us. So we know that the bill is not only for the residents of Tshwane, but the bill is for the whole of the country. But we have a problem now as we speak. The mayor is not in our midst. And also the councillors, they are not also in our midst, in order for them to hear and explain also that why are we facing all these problems. Indeed, if there's the company that will help ESCOM comes in as a player, we will be grateful. We voted for ESCOM last time because thinking that they will do a wonderful job, but only to find that we are suffering today. So the company that will come in as a player also in the mix, we're going to vote for them because they will help us a great deal to have electricity at all times. People, they are preaching also the electricity and the municipality does not take care of that, or the municipality neglects to actually take care of that problem. People are preaching the electricity and the municipality doesn't take care of that problem. Therefore, when there's a load shedding, I also I also collaborate with the municipality to make sure that how many places in the informal settlement which has caused this problem because of the load, because of they've breached the electricity. As we speak now, there's a lot of children who are not working, and those children, they need employment. In South Africa, we know that a lot of people are unemployed. For instance, as now we are in this meeting, a lot of people here, in fact, all of the people who are here, do you think that are they employed? Yes, they are not employed, and they are expected to pay the electricity. We live with old grannies, which are getting a pension grant or a grant, which we all depend on them. So if the government can alleviate this problem of unemployment, especially to the youth, that will help a great deal as we are facing this problem as we speak. I thank you.
Tobela, ke a le dumedisa ba botlhe. Ke amohela imbizo e re leng mo yona kajeko. Ke leboha le diboledi tse di boletseng pele haka. Ke a di support. Nna ke David Lefifi. Ke tlhaha ko Mamelodi. Ko Ward 17. Ko ba khatlha ba le Khuleng. Ai re na le bothata bo bontši mo South Africa ona bjanong ka electricity. Electricity hanga be le gore bo mmasepala ba rona ba berekisana le rona ne re ka khona bjanong re na le bothata le dimmasepala tsa rona. Rona ka mo mošate wa Lekhule re tlhakana le mathata a mantši ka gore batho ba tla setšhaba sa tla se batla thuso mo rona. Ra tswa re ya ko mmasepala go fitlha ko mmasepala o felegeditse motho o botsa ba mmasepala o re mme o re ntate o lla ka electricity so on ba betha di-computer tsa bona ba ra mose ebile ga reke mabone ga ba batle o thusa ba ra o reke mabone o tla reka bjang mabone ka gore e phela e le izinyoka-nyoka di bolaya mabone a rona. Lona bjanong nna he ke le so he nka founela ko gae ka o fa founu ka re mabone a teng ba tla go botsa re a teng ka gore go a tonya pula e nele bale ba mekhukhu bale ba izinyoka-nyoka ba bolaya di-transformer tsa rona. Circuit breaker yawa ra e tsosa yawa ra e tsosa la bofelo transformer ya boma go ya ko mmasepala ba betha computer ba re moselena ebile a le reke mabone thata ne o reka mabone morago ga 3 months lo ka reka mabone a 100 ranta a fele ne ga o a berekisa. Re na le di-generator re na le dilo tse tsotlhe tse re berekisa di-has bottles di-has stuff ka baka la goreng mabone a nna teng ke mariga gona bjanong a fetile ke dipula shidi diana mabone a ile nna ne ke kopa gore batho ba modimo le nna le re biditseng ka mo he le ka reela ko bommasepala la ba botsa ba re bommasepala ba ye ko setšhabeng oro setšhaba e se tlile mo bona ba se amohele ba tseye sello sa motho sa modudi ba yo mo thusa oro ba mo thuse gona bjanong nna ko saeteng e ke nnang ko yona a ngabe mmasepala a utlwana le polelo tse rona re ba botsang tsona dillo tsa rona a tla kwa.
Sorry. No. We are going to be unfair. We said we know the problems. We have raised the problems about transformers, illegal connections, everything. There are people here who want to talk to the bill. We can't write problems as a law.
All right.
Can we please be fair to other people who want to, because when we close here, those people will be locked out. If somebody said to me, there are people who are doing illegal connection, why must I back and repeat it?
That's right.
Please, we beg you. If there's nothing wrong if you don't have a comment on the bill to say, I don't have a comment on the bill, I'm covered those who have raised the problems we have with ESCOM. Then it ended there. I'll be honest with you, I said when I started, when we leave Parliament, you can't have a committee meeting when Parliament is in session. At 2 o'clock, Parliament is continuing. We must log on so that we are in Parliament. And we can't listen to you, what's on the other side who are listening to what is happening in Parliament. Can we be fair to those who want to speak to the bill?
No, ke boletse ke fitla mo kare ke a batlatsa di boledi tse di fitileng tse di boletseng pele ka nka se bolele ntho e one ba e bolelang ne ke bontsha fela gore why electricity ko motseng kwa re sokola bjana ne ke bontsha gore mabaka ke eng ke bea mabaka. So if e le gore motho mong a le utlwisise ne ke kopa gore le reele ko dimmasepaleng le botse dimmasepala ba tle ko motseng oro badudi e batla ko mmasepala ba amohele dillo tsa bona ba re thuse Morena.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Mr. David from Mamelodi, Ward 17. So I welcome this imbizo and support what my previous speakers has mentioned. And after your comments, Chairperson, the reasons why I was mentioning the problems that you have, it is basically to indicate the reasons why we have problems with ESCOM. So my plea is with you that please speak to our municipalities so that they can work along with people, more especially with their plight and the difficulties that they're encountering. So if you could help us with that by speaking to the municipalities to work together with the community, it will be of great help.
Hello, Malum. Ke a kwala. Ke a le dumedisa mo pele mo batho ba ESCOM a mo le setšhaba ka moka sa ka mo hare holo. Lebitso la ka ke nna Theas Malegodi, modudi wa kwa Olivenhout-Bosch. Taba ya tswalo ke tswaletswe kwa Mmalebogo, kwa kgošing wa ko Mmalebogo ga Mankgodi. Taba ya ka ya mathomo ke nyaka go thoma ka taba e sale ke kwa e bolela ke president ya sekoloto se re kolotana le ESCOM gore na se feletse kae. Bana ba rena ba tlhoka thuto from primary level o tseba kudu ka taba ya phetho ya motlhagase. Taba e be ke gopela gore le beele noda bene le tsebiše le mo president gore ya tseba gore bana ba rena ba tlhoka thuto ya go tseba ka phetho ya motlhagase. Ke ka fao mamotharileng ka maare a o le gore nyaka go tseba ka motlhagase mara re tsebe selo re ta kwa lena ka mo pele ka mo re na le tseba o kang ka taba ya motlhagase. Le tsona ditaba tša di-load shedding re dumela fela re sa tsebe gore na botsotse o tlhaile jwang go robele ntho e ba re ke load shedding because long time ago bentse re šomiša motlhagase o sena bothatane. Mara ke lemoile gore lena batho ba ESCOM le rutile ke batho ba ba o tswa ka ntle o dira gona mathaithai a le a dirang a utswa dikgwebole ka gore batho ba ba rile go fita ka mo lefase la rena la senyega kudu ka mo thokong ya le didiriswa tše dintši. Le nno o ntatolang tša bolela mo ka tabe ya gore ba kgona go goga motlhagase ba go goga re le gona empa a rena maata ka lebaka la gore motlhagase a se wa rena kwa ESCOM. Another thing ke gore na motlhagase o wa mo sekgoeng le wa kwa dinamagaeng e fapana jwang cause ke šomiša motlhagase ye mebedi. Ke na le ntlo mo Gauteng ke šomiša motlhagase, ke na le ntlo kwa magaeng ke šomiša motlhagase mara e a fapana. Jale be kgopela re ESCOM e le gore tlhalosetša gore na bothata bo mo kae. Kudu e nngwe ye ke nyaka go e tlaleletša mo baneng ka thuto ya motlhagase. Ngwana ge a tsamaya a ilo nyaka mošomo kudu ko ESCOM ba mmotšiša ka experience o tšeela ka experience o se o thome this thing from primary level.
Sorry. No. Maitshwarelo ra. Re Chairperson le rona re traile go boeletsa gantsi gore tabakgolo ya rona ke bili e seng ESCOM di tšhono le matsapa a yone ke bili.
Re ke feletse.
Yaanong go fa le morago le lotlhe le o sentse no boeletsa seneng re se kgalema gore tsepama mo billing e re buang ka yone. Ande ke go letle o feleletse ke ntse ke eme.
Ke a feleletsa bana ba tleng tshwarela kere taba ya pili e a kwala ke a dumela mara e santsane le ka mara feast le sa itshwere so ka feast ka gore a ke tsebe gore na mo tabeng ya gore ka gore tshwane e be re charge mo e le gore re be re reka motlhagase wa 100 rand di-units ya teng be di sa fete di-percent tše masome a mane jale ba batlang ba e le gore ba dilo tsena ka phasa ESCOM bona ba tla ba kaone o kgona gore thuša ka motlhagase na ka gore gone jaanong ke bolela le one so monnaešo ke dula ka mare RDP o na le bagekolo o na le bagalajo ba e le gore ga ba bereke thobela.
Chairperson, allow me to say nothing was addressed on the bill. He just supported the bill. Thank you.
Right. Dumelang bagolo. Le tlhotse bagolo. Ke a leboga. Nna ke Lizzy Matsepe from Hammanskraal. For sure it's popular these days, Hammanskraal Region 2 from Ward 75. Yeah, on the bill, I want to say I do support the bill 100%. As under normal circumstances, change is necessary, change is important. But considering what really so se tshwenyang batho haholo e santsane e tlo fetolwa akere the background of the past, the present, re lebeletse the future of the infrastructure. What is the amendment bringing to us, as especially the low socio-economic and the disadvantaged group? Again, we understand that we have the youth which is not employed, the youth without the job opportunities, as other stakeholders are coming to expand the infrastructure. I think that the Parliament came to that standing and considering to rope in our youth, as they are the future parliamentarians of tomorrow. And then the other thing that came to my understanding from that is yeah, I think this has been
ke a o tshegetsa molao o 100%. Gobane phetogo ke selo se se botlhokwa ebile ke selo se le gore sa tlhokagala mo rena mo setšhabeng. Ha ile gore go na le dikgwetlho tse re mekamekaneng le tsona, go a tlhokega gore go nne le mokgwa o mongwe o re o dirisang, go nne le phetogo. Mo ntlheng e ya taba ya bill, ne ke rata gore ke tlhagise ntlha ya re lebelle dilo tsa tirelo leago, go sala morago ga tirelo leago, le gore puso ga e simolola ka diprojeke tseo tsa go dira tirelo leago le infrastructure, gore e lebelle batšha ba rona ka gore ga ba diri, ga ba ditiro, gore le bona ba kgone gore ba kene mo industry ke se seng sa selo se ke se kopang gore puso e lebelle thata batšha, gobane batšha ke bona baetapele ba rona ba kamoso ba setšhaba. Ke ne ke kopa mo ntlheng eo gape ga re tle mo ntlheng e ya go timiwa ga mabone load shedding, le bonwenwe bo leng teng ko Eskom, ra itse batho ba bantsi ba buile tse dintsi ka yona, e fela nna ne ke rata gore ke tsepame mo ntlheng ya load shedding gore yaka go na le dinako tse beilweng schedule ne ke kopa gore re se lebelele sentle schedule se ka gore gone yaanong go na le bana ba ngola ditlhatlhobo go a tlhokega gore ba nne ba na le mabone ka gore se dira gore bana ba kgone gore ba ithute tsona ditlhatlhobo ne re kopa gore puso ba lebelele ntlha eo gore ga ba tseya mabone ao a tsamaisane sentle kapa ba kgone gore ba lebelele gore bana ba kgone gore ba ithute ba dire tiro tsa bona tsa sekolo ke yona ntlha eo ke ka go nna ke reng ke a o thaka
re batle gore ope wa lona a nne disadvantaged by kgang tsa rona tsa kora to 2 o'clock ko parlamenteng.
I don't want you to be disadvantaged because of our schedule as the chairperson has referred to.
Dilo tsa matsogo a le mane fela.
I'm going to take
Di
only 4
simolola ka
hands.
mme o neng a le ko morago wa moriri o mosweu. Right? Then re a go dira jang. Ke a go tsaya refana ema hanyane. No, ema hanyane. Ke a go tsaya re o na le moriri o mosweu. And then re a go tsaya mme. Mo sessioneng ena ga go ilo nna le unless go buiwa puo e sele ke tlo lekella gore ke khutsafatse nako ya gore re interpret.
We are going to be very strict
Ke
in
lefa
terms of
motsotso
time allocation.
motsotso le halofo ke tla be ke go khata ka ntlha ya gore ke batla gore re bone re ka boloka yang sebakanyana se.
we want the law to also raise the issue of a specialized unit that will deal with cable theft. There are many proposals. So when you are coming here, we want you to tell us, how do you want the law to work? If you say cable theft or illegal connection, if somebody gets choked by an illegal connection, let the law declare it as murder. That's what you say, you to us. So that when we go and discuss, we are much more wiser. I can assure you, with all due respect, every inch of me is respectful. We have done a disservice to people who wanted to talk to the law here. We were more about problems. You were correct, this gentleman was correct. In the law, for what you say, currently the law does not cater. It does not cater for registration. It caters for an application for a license. The proposed amendment now says, what they call it embedded generation, that if you subcontract, you don't have to apply for a license. You only register. That is what is being proposed. Currently, you are allowed up to 100 megawatts for self-generation, for self-use. Now, this proposed amendment says you can go up to whatever you like. What is become surplus that is left, you can sell it back for the grid to ESCOM. That is new, it's a new proposal. So those are the things, good people, we wanted. You know the level of mistrust now to put it. And I know, maybe even ourselves, we created those conditions. That even when you come genuinely, people still say, no. Use every maximum so that tomorrow you can say when the law is there and say, it's me who made that proposal, that this must change. We grew up in the townships. Electricity by law was running over our township. Only power stations were built in the township. Electricity would go to the suburbs of white people. That's a fact. Now we are trying to bring back our people to have authority on how electricity is run. But those who could not make their inputs, and those who are now more clearer, take a pen or your phone and write, send your proposals. We are giving you up until November 30. November 30 will be finishing the Eastern Cape. You can write to A-boss at parliament.gov.za. Boss is B-O-S-S. Or you can write to A-Kotze at parliament.gov.za. Kotze is K-O-T-Z-E. But anything except ESCOM, you know, if there is one thing, with all due respect, I see Osis is wearing that T-shirt. The former President Zuma once said, everywhere you go, you say there is nothing at Zuma. There is not this Zoom. You know now you go everywhere, ESCOM. You say this is ESCOM. I know it's a pain what ESCOM is doing to our people, but it must not deprive you your opportunity to make the law. Lastly, when we finish all the public consultation, we will compile a report. When we are done with the report, we'll adopt the report. Then that report will be sent to the National Assembly. That's the end of our work as a committee. So you can see the stages. That's why I said it's impossible to use elections and everything. When it goes to the National Assembly, it's no longer in our hands, because if the National Assembly adopts it, it will then be referred to the National Council of Provinces. From the National Council of Provinces, they will conduct public hearings like we are doing. I'm sure you saw on NHI that NCOP now is built with NHI. It was adopted in the National Assembly. From there, when they compile a report and it passes in the NCOP, it will be sent to the president. The president will sign it. Once the president signs it, it is law. So you may not like what will be in that law, but you may have lost an opportunity to influence the law. So that's how far it goes. My last comment on this, good people, when we come, I said when I started, we are a portfolio committee of mineral resources and energy in the National Assembly. When we come to you together with the rules. It doesn't change that it is a meeting of the committee under the rules of the National Assembly. The rules of the National Assembly don't allow that once the National Assembly is in procession, we are busy with a committee meeting. It's not allowed in the National Assembly rules. Otherwise, we were released to come and conduct public hearings. That's how stringent it is. We were released on condition we agree that when the time of the House to sit, we will log on and continue with the sitting of the House. So, please, it's not that we undermine you, we will never do that. Otherwise, if we undermined you, we would not even have started with the public hearings. We would have just sat there and do exactly what used to be done in the past. Make the law, and then it binds you when you had an opportunity. So it's not undermining anyone. Any person who feels like that, we apologize. We apologize for those who made us to lose trust. Maybe we are victims of circumstances. We accept that. Thank you very much. The meeting stands adjourned.